And we're live. Welcome back, everyone, to Kingless Chronicle. Last time, the party investigated some... They investigated some clues and some things about Ophelia. They brought it up to Lord Darius. They met the Lord Regent of King's Landing. They also got permission to go to Ophelia's tomb from Lord Darius. And finally, they got to explore Eleanor's family estate in King's Landing. They got some nice clothing from that. They got it refitted and all that. And lastly, they made their way to the ball and got to the introduction for it. So we're gonna pick up right where we left off with the party has just arrived at the ball, and Gildas has kind of moved over to go talk to the Lord of Reynold. Snax is in the same room, just eating some meat off his plate. Yorm and Lord Albert are just, the Lord of Clockester, Lord Albert, are just in this room over here, just yucking it up, you know, yak, as you dwarves do. And that leaves most of the rest of the party to do as they're going to. But to start things off, Delon, as you are looking around the ball, you suddenly make eye contact with Lady Margaret here, and she gives you a faint smile and a polite nod.
Okay. Is that who we're starting with?
I'm just describing that to you because that's one thing she's doing. She gives you a faint smile and a polite nod.
Got it. I'd bow. I'd nod back as well.
Alrighty. So, party. Go ahead and mingle. You have 4 rooms with different people in them. No need to be shy.
I didn't realize they were separate rooms.
They are.
They are separate rooms.
They are all aesthetically incredibly similar on purpose, because it is the Royal Ball, Royal Castle.
Well, you guys know what my plan is, so I'm going to be going to this room.
Wait, like when something bad happens, we all help each other.
It's okay. I'm pretty fast.
The rooms are honestly interconnected, so they're not. If something loud happens down the hall, you'd probably hear it if it caused a scene.
Yeah, I have a Fey form with stupid fly speed. That's all it has, but but I'm not gonna go out of my way to pick more until next level, because that's when you get CR3, which is where most of the good Fey. Most Fey are CR3 for some reason.
That kobold is speaking notes.
It's funny because in my Saturday game, our characters know that they're playing a game. They don't know that their character's in a game, but they know that they're playing a game. So like they actually like speak using game terminology. Okay, but yeah, who are you guys gonna talk to? Because if there's some overlap, I can.
All those people.
Okay. Snax has already chatted them up and won them over.
Snax is a good boy. That's what happens. He only wants to go to doggy heaven.
Yeah. He doesn't realize that animals don't have souls yet.
But alrighty.
Yeah.
So, don't be shy. Somebody pick up. Who's going first?
Yeah, y'all could go first if you want. I mean, I'm pretty high energy, so I could go if you guys want.
We all know, Ram. Just go.
Yeah, I mean, you have the most people to talk to.
You have waited long enough.
Hey, you know. It's like thinking about like how to go about it essentially, because I entered the room. I know he knows I'm there, because it's got like what 30-something passive perception. Anyway.
He knows you're there. As you enter the room, you see that currently Lady Belladonna is talking to him.
Uh-huh.
You can also see that Lady Amaranthine is occasionally chipping in, and Arun remains quiet.
thought she was eating cakes.
She has cake on a plate with a little fork. Every once in a while, she'll finish a bite and kind of chip in some here or there. As you step into the room, you hear a bit of their conversation. My Lord Roman, it's so nice to see you again. I have been so looking forward to our conversations where we left off last time. I have nothing to speak with you. Carry on. Oh, I intend to carry on for a good deal longer, you see. As we have business, do we not? You and I. No, we do not. Do not have me remove you from my presence. Oh, you think you can remove me? Now that's a challenge I would love to see you enforce. Especially on King's Landing soil. Do not provoke me further. Our Templars precisely due west, due east, and to the northeast. With but a call, they would retrieve you and remove you from my presence. Oh, defaulting to the armed guard. There is no need for such unpleasantries. Simply behave yourself, Lady Belladonna, and I foresee great successes in your future. I have no need for your scrying. I am always an immeasurable success. Such is the gift of those who are the gifted.
Roughly how old is like Lady Marathon again?
She's somewhere in her 30s, but she's
Oh,
been burned very badly when she was very younger.
Yeah, so imagine the throat took a hit as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I'm just gonna walk up to them, but wait for them to actually finish the conversation, It's like look amused. In a way.
They continue for a little bit longer before Lord Roman finally looks fully in her direction, because he's been talking while giving her clearly a bit of a side eye and not paying much attention to her. If you wish to enter into diplomatic relations with Reynold, then you know of the wall to approach. Approach then, and we'll talk. Yes, the wall at the border or at the ocean. You know which wall. I tire of your games. Seek me then, and we will talk more.
Diplomatic relations between Nebulum and Reynold. Now that's a first.
If the sword tin can would actually enter into them, it would be. There is nothing that Nebulum has that Reynold would want, or that you can offer that we desire. Therefore, relations are completely unneeded. Lady Belladonna actually gives you a small nod in your direction, Gildas. Ah, the welcome, flirtatious lord from earlier. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, however... It'd be more accurate to say you're the flirtatious one. I say... nothing.
Did you not request an audience with me?
Oh, no, I did. But... was without any, what's the term again? Noble uses it often. Double entendre, something like that.
A double entendre? It was not one. Well, perhaps you should educate yourselves on them, so that you can learn to say two things at once. Even Lord Roman knows how to do this.
Hey, well, I'm pretty new at that indeed, so...
Nonsense. You're clearly a man of the faith. You are an expert at saying far more than two things at once.
Perhaps. Regardless, well, I turned to... completely ignoring her the moment. Just turned to Lord Roman and everyone and say, how is my favorite family doing? It's been a long time, isn't it?
Reynold is prosperous as ever.
We sure hope
You
so.
walk with head held high, and keepeth on your step. You have come into the light.
Yeah. Not like the path out there was an easy one, though. Thanks to a certain someone.
Lord Roman just gives you a nod. You are welcome.
In my head.
See, Rune simply crosses his arms in front of his chest. Do not take his kindness wrongly. The road you walked was not easy. No road worth walking is ever easy. The road to enlightenment and the path of the light is the harder path, but it is the path that one should walk.
Right. Must I remind you, we're this close to not having a path at all. If we're not for a higher power intervening.
You should consider yourself blessed that such a power decided to interfere with you. Indeed. Divine power interfering upon you proves that there is something within you, Master Armand, worth studying. Worthy of acknowledgement. Strong words from Lord Roman.
Alright, well, I can see that, but honestly, why? Why all this?
You must be a little more precise. If you simply ask why, or why all of this, I could give a million answers.
Well,
So
maybe I
cease
have
beating
time.
around the bush, will you? You are a noble.
Yeah.
You know better.
Maybe I have time for a million answers then. But, alright. It would have been perfectly fine. Just continue my own life. You know, do as my ancestors did. Do it my own way. But no. I had to come. And, knowing full well I'd be listening. Well, essentially say something I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have heard. So why? Why even do this? Why me? No, why not just anybody else?
Your estate, your place, your forge, is one of the locations most paramount in Reynolds history. Thus, mine and my own entourage arriving to make use of it, and your services is acceptable. None would do better than your forge. The fact that you heard or may have heard some information is unfortunate. Some things happen. Some things do not.
Alright. But considering you're here, Lydia Marathon, you were there as well.
Was I?
Oh,
Actually,
you were.
Arun, puts a hand upon his hip and looks fully at Lady Amaranthine. You were there?
Alright. So, well, to say that, did you believe that some things happened on purpose? No. You're a seer. You usually know what's gonna happen. So you would have known. Yet, it was you who spoke first, I believe.
I'm afraid I'm a bit foggy-headed from all the sugar upon the cake, my dear. Amaranthine, answer the man. Yes, Lord Roman. I was there, yes. Your hospitality was as pleasant and fantastic as it had been rumored. The service was pleasant, the lodging accommodable, the fire warm. I had felt so accommodated that perhaps I felt too comfortable.
And thus you decided to spill the beans, so to speak. Now, what I don't understand is that it could have very well stayed within the confine of these walls and never get out. At all. And yet, I was forced out. If anything, it's a question. The exile. No. I know that due to the history of my family name, you decided to spare me. Instead, exile me. But this is what I understand as well. Exiling me means that you're putting yourself at risk, in a way.
Arun furrows his brow and looking again at Lord Roman. You exiled him. This is the first I've heard of it. The Armand Forge has been operating at full capacity. You did not need to know of it, Arun. It was above your station. To exile the Armand Forge Master. Forge Masters are rare and valuable. One whose family served Reynolds so faithfully. Silence, Arun. You're speaking out of turn. Yes, Lord Roman. Why did I exile you? You are correct in your assumption. Your family's pedigree and considerable service record allowed liberties and mercy. And it is because of your pedigree and established service record that I believed that, should you be exiled, the pride of a Rinaldian that had long since been upon your family line would not allow you to weaken your own country, even if it would spite myself. For after all, the Lord of Reynold will come and go, but Reynold will remain.
Oh, I was just looking at him with a frown because, I know he's right. But I still feel small possibility. Well, I'll just say. Well then. Considering the quest I'm on at the moment, would you be surprised if the thought of coming out and saying all I know crossed my mind at some point?
Not in the slightest. The thought would cross your mind naturally, such as the desire for revenge, and to be righteously made right for the injustice that has been put upon you. The action upon the thought, however, has not been acted upon.
And do you know why?
I do not pretend to know the minds of others better than themselves.
Perhaps, but you've been spot on so far, so... Lord, guess.
Because no matter how much you might hate me for the action that I imposed upon you, it has led you onto a new path, perhaps. One that led you to a faith, a divine entity. And through that faith you are doing good works. Simultaneously, to reveal perhaps such information could greatly weaken the strength of your home country. And that is not something you wish for your fellow men.
I mean, that's kind of in, but I kind of nodded. Yeah, well, I touches upon some of the reason why. No, that's not exactly the main reason why I haven't come out and say to my close companions. Oh, well, when the time came, I simply wanted your approval on that. Simple as that.
He stares at you for a moment. You desired my approval to spread such information.
Right. I wanted you to select few. Not in places of power. Just so that I have peace of mind.
Tell your companions under the stipulation that they must not repeat it to anyone. And tell the White Dragonborn. His lady may not know either.
Save for one, I trust them not to. No. And one last person just so happened to be from Nebulum.
Such juicy gossip. Must say, it's quite interesting and entertaining. Here I thought that the ball would have no such gossip.
Well, speaking of gossip, Lumnia Maranthine, how come you two are not wed yet? It's about time now, shouldn't it?
Oh, you see, I am an undesirable, a witch, a seer, a mystic, and I am quite ugly, as you can see. I would be a most last and horrid bride. But should that someone find it within their kindest of hearts to take pity upon old Lady Amaranthine, and offer a hand upon marriage, perhaps I would accept. For I would be
You
quite
hear that?
lucky to consider such things.
So how would I get familiar, more familiar considering like how familiar is it shit, so I'll say. Disregarding all the fucking titles and all. I'll say. Do you hear that, Roman? Ladies reading.
Lady Amaranthine is an excellent advisor, but she is not my type.
Mm-hmm.
A queen of Reynold must be like the last queen, and I have yet to find a woman worthy of the position.
I must say that is an ideal to respect. Oh yes. That kind of woman is hard to come by these days.
A Valkyrie of such an high esteem comes once every generation, maybe every other. Consider myself quite lucky to have been able to see her upon the battlefield when I was younger.
Well, I do wish I had been there, but different circumstances. But what about you too? I turned to Aru. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say in Sovereign comma. How has your stay in Reynold been?
Make an insight roll.
Uh-huh. I don't. Hold
I'm
on.
not there to guidance.
Hold down. Because, oh, I mean, I can just put a rune on my goddamn chainmail anyway. It's part of my preparations.
I'd allow it
Oh.
if you did that in the morning, because you had a full day to prepare.
Inside go. Damn.
Alright, so... you actually see his hand flex a bit and his eyes widen. Lady Belladonna takes a step forward and speaks in Sovereign Common.
Oh, we're speaking foreign tongues, are we? Hmm.
Lord Roman clears his throat and speaks in Sovereign Common. Enough games. This grows boring.
If only those here could actually speak in a language that I understand. Alas, I will confide upon my king.
I don't know how I feel when everybody starts speaking Elvish. I know, start looking at everyone, waiting for an answer. Sure, I threw him a curveball, but hey.
You
Wouldn't
see
be me
Arun
if I didn't.
briefly look to Roman, who just gives him a nod. He speaks to you in Common, not Sovereign Common. My stay in Reynold has been very hospitable.
Oh. Switching back to common, I'll say. That's good to hear then.
How
After
have your
all,
travels been? Have they been comfortable?
for the most part, yes.
That is good then.
Well, that is, if you ignore the bandits and Neblin, the swamps in the savage lands, the blizzards in the land of monsters, though it's not as bad as I thought it would be, considering where we are from. Other than that, rather pleasant.
Such travels build character, my friend.
Oh, it has. Well, you must have heard by now. I look to everybody.
You have been blazing a warpath upon canes of your own design. Reynold would like to... He briefly looks to Lady Belladonna, who just smirks and changes her posture ever so slightly. I'd like to make the first public declaration. If your merchant company would like to sign a military contract with Reynolds, you know where to find me.
Military contract. Well then, most interesting. And here we're simply scouting.
Keep your rats away from them.
Oh,
They have no interest in you.
Now then, I'm sure that these gentlemen can speak for themselves. Who knows? We might be able to make them an offer they simply would not be wanting to refuse.
we'll hear about it when the time comes. But we'll go back to Lord Roman. It was within our plans to travel to Renault eventually. I'm not sure if I'll be allowed entry, but I have plans. However, military alliance, or rather being hired to serve under you, might be more difficult than you think. After all, I am a war chief from the land of monsters as well. Now, let's have my own men.
So then the visions of Lady Amaranthrine are true.
One eve,
Visions.
I understood a vision of you upon the land of monsters, orchestrating a tribe of goblins.
Oh, that is true. I do have a tribe goblin. Oh, and I'm also do have a few Renaultan refugees in my within my tribes.
Arun quirks a brow. Reynoldian refugees. Of what kind?
Well, I say refugees, and more like deny their homeland. Surely you've heard of Captain Hugo.
Captain Hugo's a good man. What do you mean
Yes.
he's been denied? He's stationed at the border.
Oh, that's not what he told me. He told me that he returned to Renault and the doors were barred from him, meaning he had nowhere else to go.
Arun frowns and looks to Roman. What are you doing? You do not question the Lord of Reynolds. You are lucky to be upon my house. You will know when the time comes. Lord Roman, we will talk when we return to Reynolds. Yes, you do enjoy talking with me. I'd recommend correcting your pose next time we talk. You favored your right leg. It made your lunge obvious. I will not make such a mistake again, Lord Roman. Next time we speak to each other, I will have come prepared. Then may Bahamut guide your blade, boy.
But then would you be interested in some talks as well, Lord Roman? After all, it is one of the other reasons I came to you.
A talk of such would be very entertaining, I imagine. Is this a formal declaration of a talk?
Of course. It is. Now, I don't claim this is a talk to be able to return to my country or any such things by honor or anything. No, no. It's a talk on principle. Just for everything you've done, whether good or bad, to me. And I'll be honest, there are a few words I want you to look at very closely.
Very respectable, Master Armand. Very respectable. I have but one question. Will this be our final talk? Or is it simply one of many? You see him briefly. So he's had Ashblade kind of sheathed and planted into the ground with his hands resting upon the pommel. You see him change his posture and put Ashblade on his hip as he says this.
I would
This-
hope this to be the first of many such talks.
He nods, and you see him tie Ashblade to his hip, and he extends his hand without even looking at him to Arun. Your longsword. Yes, Lord Roman. And Arun reaches onto his back and grabs a longsword and just tosses it to Lord Roman, who catches it. Templar! Get the young master a blade. Yes, he's brought his own.
Well, I have not brought mine because I didn't know we could. So, you know what? She's been fucking watching all this time. And I know who she is. Well, yeah, she's a Ferret. So, I'll just look at her and say, would you mind letting me borrow yours? Because, yeah, I think she has something, doesn't she?
She does have a blade on her hip, though it's covered by her cloak. She gives you a
Oh.
curious look, and simply gives a brief bow, revealing the hilt of her blade, and she actually draws it from the sheath. Not this one, I'm afraid. Though I'd be most curious to see what would happen should you try. Would you like to try? And she tosses the blade in the air, balances it on the tip of her finger, flicks her wrist, and extends the pommel to you while holding the blade.
So, I'd like to check on the blade first before holding on it. So, assume,
Yes, neutral enough.
considering she's a Felred, I'll let her go Arcana on this shit.
Alright.
26 is enough, I think.
26, very nice. So the blade that she has is the same blade that's in her profile picture. It is very definitely a magical artifact of some sort. The jewel in the pommel, right in the hilt, the jewel in the hilt almost looks like a glowing eye. The blade is mostly black, with red lettering that glows blood red. Even in all this light, it glows. The blade has a strange, almost dusky aura to it, as if it's just kind of a wicked blade, but it doesn't feel properly wicked. With a 26 in Arcana though, this is one of the Felren blades. They have made
Yeah.
several. You know that the one Tulio has is one of their blades, I believe. Or at least he told you such, correct?
Yeah. That and he mentioned it and offhandedly, we just through our own knowledge, but
Right. So, this blade that she has is a... It's not one that's old, it's a more recent blade made by the Felren family, and by recent, made in the 4th Age and not sometime sooner.
Right.
It was made just at the end of the 4th Age. It was designed to be used in the Dragon War, but they were going to wield against the Brown Dragon, but it wasn't finished in time. It did see battle in the last Dragon War, though. It basically drank of the blood of several drakes. It is known as...
I dare you to have a name.
Hold on. I have a name, I just need to
No, I
remember
know,
what
I
it
know,
is.
I know.
I need to remember which one it is that she has. She owns several.
No, but I know that, like, because this is such an item, so, like, just using it, like, for the time of a duel won't do anything to me. Potentially.
It is known as the Morvigor blade.
Uh-huh.
Such named after the man who made it, whom his name is a combination of his name, and his son who died in the war's name. His son being Figaro, and him being named Moore.
Right. So, yeah, I'll just say... Well, it's not every day I get to see a weapon crafted by your ancestors. Especially this one, so... I think, regardless, just holding it and using it for one night won't do anything to me. So, I'll be sure to give it back.
Then be my guest. Let us see what transpires.
I know, it isn't thanks, and just grasp it.
Okay. So as soon as you grasp it, she does let go of the blade.
Uh-huh.
So you are immediately aware that the blade looks at your soul.
Oh.
It
A
seems
dirty,
to
dirty
be
soul.
getting a read on you. And suddenly the blade is the heaviest thing you've ever held in your life, and you are tumbling a little towards the floor unless you let go of it.
I'm tempted to make an athletics check, but, you know.
You could try.
Mine.
Fuck it. Nine. Yeah. As soon as I guess, yeah, I do try to lift it, then, once I know that, like, oh, there's no use, I'll just let it go. It's like,
So it seems to make a small crack in the tile on the ground as it just lands with a doom, just hard thud.
Oh, it appears that Morfigor did not like you.
She just simply reaches down, picks it up as if it's nothing.
But I can
Seems
give you
like
my
it.
other blade.
She reaches behind her back and simply takes a rapier and hands it to you from somewhere behind her cloak.
alright. I'm sure this one will be more accepted, though. Yes, it is a shame that Morfigor does not like me. Oh well. Divine
Morfigor
weapons
did
and
not
all.
hate you, though. It had not do anything violent.
Mhm. Oh well, such is the nature of divine weapons, really. What can I say?
They are a finicky bunch.
Alright, I think this rapier will do just fine.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Then allow me to
Gives a
give you
shit.
some space. Yeah.
Gives a shit about
let
finesse
me give
handling.
you some space as well.
Lord Roman, is this wise? Of course it is wise. We are not dueling to the death. We are simply dueling as two men on a matter of principle. Besides, since when does Lord Roman turn down a challenge? Rune just kind of gives a nod, takes a step back. Suddenly you see Snacks rush over, a plate filled with meat, and he just sits down on the edge of a table somewhere.
Oh, Snacks gets to see two strong people fight while eating such good, fatty meat. Very fun, yes. Wait, I know that guy.
Enjoying yourself, Snacks.
Oh yes, very good food.
Well, I hope you'll enjoy the show as well.
Snacks just places the plate of meat on the table beside him, reaches up and just tosses the meat in the air and opens his mouth, and you just hear like a snap, and it's nom 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 nom.
Well then, I just, balance the rapier from one hand to the other and toss it around. Let's say. I think the rapier is actually the perfect tool I need for what I want to do. So, how about you, my lord?
I will use the longsword. It is a more favorable blade that fits my disposition.
Oh, me myself, I've been favoring maces of all kind, but
They are good, strong, and consistent weapons.
and easy to use. Now, yeah, I think if I recall correctly, the rapier is 1d8, right?
Yes, 1d8, plus I believe you can use Dexmon for damage, I believe, if you want.
Yeah, but like, it'd be strength rapier. I
That's,
just say
that's
because,
fine,
like,
honestly, you can use it for that.
yeah. Looks like I'll just use my Morningstar thing, because it's the same. But hey, no, rapiers are a martial weapon, actually. Aren't they? So I don't have proficiency in that. Ah well, who cares? With be rolling +2. Let's go.
You see that several of the guests kind of take a step back, and some of the nobles actually raise a glass as if to cheer on the fight. And you see that the regent steps into the room, looking over the fight. By his side is Sir Roderick, Lord Albert, and Gorm kind of steps over near Snacks. From about the way with your pacifist, you see a pale man poke himself out of the shadows and just sit on the edge of the banister. He rests his elbow on the wall beside him, basically one of these pillars, and just props his head up on his hand that's propped against on his elbow, just very lazily looking at the fight.
We both know he's the hit.
Speaking of, Delon, as you're moving around, and as Bub, you as well, you hear some nobles kind of begin scuttering over into the room where most of the food is at, and you hear them mumbling, "Lord Roman is getting into a fight with one of the guests. Is it to the death? No, it's a spar. Oh, so an excellent form to see Lord Roman in a spar. It was such an insightful event."
Once will then narrow his gaze and go, what is this? What is he up to? Yeah, I guess I'll make haste to the dining room.
As you're walking that way, you see Lord Guybold gesture briefly to Eleanor. It appears one of my peers is getting into a matter of a kerfuffle. Shall we bear witness?
I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Just take a peek at the festivities. Then let us away.
And you just see Lord Guybold offer his elbow to Eleanor, who politely takes it, and he escorts her over.
Okay, that's pretty good.
You fight a Paul like that, they're gonna put you away for murder.
But alrighty. So you see them head over that way, and I imagine, Blonde, you kind of arrive as well?
Yeah, basically everyone's going.
Alrighty. So
Bob's
when you
like,
arrive...
fuck that! I'm talking to Lord Broccoli.
No, I'll watch the fight.
No, he's on the
Alrighty.
ceiling. He's hanging in spider form.
Bub's in spider form on the a tiny baby spider on the ceiling, not a big spider.
Who am I? Who am I?
Get a bird's
Alrighty.
eye view from there.
Let them fight.
As the party arrives, you see that a lot of the guests have moved tables and food away to create a nice little arena, creating enough room for them to duel in the middle of the floor. You can also see Templars are on call on hand just in case they need to disrupt things.
Yeah.
And you can see that everyone is here. Several of the nobles seem to be quite excited and talking amongst themselves as if quite eager to see how this will go. As if they're witnessing a rare treat.
Good luck.
Supposed to say break a leg.
No.
You actually hear from up on the right. Break a leg, your loss! Not your leg, his. That's the wrong weapon for that.
With any luck, we'll both break a leg. As is custom, really. Well then.
Don't knock him out too bad, Lord Roman. Come on. He's a bit young, isn't he? I assure you, he approached me. Oh, alright then. Use the flat end for the final blow. From the rafters, you also hear a voice suddenly bellow out. May the duel commence! Lord Roman gives a brief nod to the Regent as he takes his fighting stance.
All right, sir.
I'll
Good
take
luck.
Mine. I can't very well two-hand a rapier, but the intent is there. Now, guess we'll forego initiative, so I'll probably don't beat him anyway.
You could, honestly, it's possible,
Yeah,
but also a bit unlikely.
Yeah, I see. 5.12. He's gotta go.
Oh, just barely.
Well, yeah.
So he goes
Damn.
first.
How clumsy are you, my lord?
He's in big armor right now.
He's in big ass armor.
Don't matter, I'm in armor too.
He's also not on his griffin.
Don't matter, I'm not on my griffin either.
You don't have a griffin.
Not yet.
He's gonna have a griffin. I'm gonna have a hippogriff.
Those are cool.
But alrighty, so Lord Roman is going to. So he takes his stance. He wields the longsword with two hands, and he goes to make only one attack upon you.
Oh,
Damn, plus 12. I think, yeah, it still beats, I think. Because if we're getting like chainmail easy.
I believe
I mean-
so, yeah.
technically you're wearing like a mithril chainmail, so you would have a higher AC as well.
Yeah, but I think technically I have like 19 EC.
Yeah, so that
Oh,
doesn't hit.
no, that's without a shield.
That's
so
with a
that's
shield, yeah. So it's like 17.
17.
Yeah.
17, yep.
So it doesn't hit. So how do you deflect his blow, or potentially dodge?
Hmm. The question. Well, I suppose I'll simply, yes, I think I'll try to dodge out of the way, and the sword simply just grazes one of the chainmail part of wherever he intended to strike. The mic is just deflects that way, because probably too slow to just start trying to dodge anything.
Alrighty.
Now then, I suppose it's time for me to retaliate.
Yep, your turn.
Also, 21.
Alright. So you see as he chooses to. So as you go to attack him, he raises his longsword to attempt to deflect your blow. I mean, but you have a rapier, so it's a faster blade. So how do you hit him?
Yeah, so there's like one singular thing I'm trying to do with my own soul. And so I am aiming for the gaps in his helmet. And he can feel that the hit isn't just, well, can feel the hit with the thrust. But it's not a deep thrust. It's shallow enough. But he can feel after a thrust a pull up of the blade.
You hear a brief chuckle. I have to try a little harder than that.
I shall. Will in due time. I wasn't expecting it to. Well, I wasn't expecting to be successful on the very first hit.
I misjudged you.
Hmm? How so?
I did not expect you to be skilled with a rapier.
Ah, well. I've
Makes
trained
sense
on
for
a
me.
long. I've trained on a long sword. Rapier isn't that different. I mean, I made some.
And there is something to be said about a man who makes gear having a fundamental understanding of how it can be used. Only the best craftsmen can make gear that they understand. Making gear you do not understand means that you are making an inferior product.
I shall thank you for the compliment. And the publicity. I was looking around at everyone else. Oh, there, that one definitely hit though. $17. Damn.
When he rolls max damage. So, as you say thank you for the compliment, you see him change his posture and he goes for one very long quick strike and then a pivot followed by another one. These are the kinds that a rapier is incapable of deflecting. And
Oh, yeah.
and it's the kind that your armor is not well suited to dodge either.
No. Well, like I said, I'm not gonna damage anything. By some point. So.
So only one of the strikes hit, so
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, he attacked twice.
he did.
I didn't even see that. Yeah, because, he rolled a 14. It's like, oh, yeah, it's just the previous rolls. Holy shit, he attacks twice now.
He attacked twice this time.
Fighters, damn it.
So after he strikes forward with the first blow, and I imagine how do you block that one?
Oh, I suppose yes. I do try to deflect this one, the rapier, but really it's more like blocking, using my armor slash suit as like some support, so like it just slides off away. But then you know probably using his own momentum from that strikes with the other one and like hit me
All right.
where he wants to. So
So
if
you
only
see
I
the
had a
strike
shield.
coming, and you use your chainmail underneath your suit to kind of guide the blade in a way that it doesn't hurt you. But catches you off guard is that he pivots, keeping his momentum, and you feel it cut into you a bit,
Oh yeah.
right around your shoulder blade.
Hmm. He's starting to miss my shield right now. But
A buckler might perform better with a rapier.
right. There's not many bucklers, sitting around, and it wouldn't do for a tool like that.
Nonsense. Bucklers are quite common. Why, if you asked for one, I'm sure I could acquire one for you.
Oh, it's too late now.
Indeed,
But
an honorable duel simply has to bring their gear themselves into the ring. You may not
exactly.
offer him assistance, but he might assist himself.
Though I'll say I'm ever thankful to Nan for providing me this suit of mithril chainmail. Now then, suppose I should try again. And miss horribly.
So, how did you make your attack?
I tried to make do with the very same attack as before, but the previous hit in the shoulder blade proved to be more intense than I originally thought, so wincing from the pain, I simply missed my mark and the rapier just slides off the helmet to one side. Doesn't even need to block anything.
Very nice. So, it goes as you described, and he changes his position a bit, and you see him briefly adjust his grip on the blade. I shall give you the option. Do you wish for me to up the intensity even more, or continue as I've been performing?
Either ways, I think I only have 2 bouts still left in me. So, do up the ante.
Understood. You hear a very, very small exhale of air, and then 1 swing, 2 swing, and 3 swings come. They are lightning fast.
Dude, rolling on that.
I don't know. I didn't know we did roll 2 crits. So only one of those hits, I think. 2 of those hit, I mean, crits
Yeah.
too, but let's
2
find
crits,
out,
but
see how they go.
I mean, as long as it's not 60. 50. Yeah, survive, 20, 34, 36. Good enough.
Alright. So, with the first swing, I imagine you kind of do the same maneuver that you did with the chainmail before.
Right.
Alright. And with the second swing, he kind of shoulder checks you, and in the same gesture, does a pivot and swings at you. Then you see him bring the blade down again, right on your other shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Simply a lot of ferocity in his blows, as he basically anticipated that you would have to kind of try to use your armor. So he kind of broke your stance.
Uh-huh. So yeah, I'll just wince in pain. Like, start breathing like regularly, but fuck it. Probably only have like one strike before I go down. So see, I just gamble it. It's just go straight to my lord and say plainly, would you mind letting me see your face before I go down at least?
I shall reveal my face to you after the duel, when the ball is over.
Well, that's not why I want that, but I suppose the intent is still there. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. There's 3 inches of metal between that. Still intended to do that. So before going in for my last horror, I'll look around and say, is there any healer in the room, though? I'd like to know beforehand.
Several Templars, several of the other lords also raise their hands. Lady Amaranthine
Alright.
also raises her hand.
Right. Thank you, because I might have to take care of my broken hand. It's enough. And with that said, I'll just throw my rapier away. We'll just go for a straight jab at Lord Roman's helmet.
Go for it. Unarmed strike.
Shit. Well, yeah. What's an unarmed strike again?
I think if you don't have proficiency with it, it is a
1d4 or some shit
so
like
it's
that.
1d4 damage. I think it's a d20 plus your strength mod for an unarmed strike.
Yep.
If you
I
don't
think it
have
might be
proficiency.
dexterity.
Oh, well,
I'm
hold
not
on.
sure though.
Google unarmed strike.
In 3.5, you do D3 unless you have a feat.
Instead of using a weapon to make a melee weapon attack, you can make an unarmed strike, punch, kick, headbutt, or similar force blow, none of which count as weapons. On a hit, an unarmed strike deals bludgeoning damage equal to 1 plus your strength modifier. You are proficient with unarmed strikes.
Uh-huh.
So I guess
So
everyone's
proficient
proficient with
with
them. But they
Okay,
do
so
1
one
plus your strength,
plus
unless
3.
you're a monk.
Yeah. Alright. 1 plus 2. Let's go. Or roll even plus 5. Ta-da.
Alright. So he'll kind of stand there for a moment, confused why you threw the rapier away as you rush over to punch him. So you will punch his helmet.
Oh yeah. That's what I intended to. Anyway.
So do you want to describe somehow to punch his helmet in that way?
So, yeah. So, I wanted him to show his face so I could fucking do that, straight.
He's not. He would
But-
never reveal his face in public.
Yeah. Anyway. So given that I didn't get what I want, I still want to do what I want to do. Which was the full intent of this duel in the first place. And then, entertain the peanut gallery. Well, everything else just, was incidental. Anyway. So, I'll just, throw the rapier aside. Well, nah, not really throw it. It's like, I did borrow it, so I'll simply, set it on one of the tables the noble, put on the side. Then, crack my knuckles a bit, roll around my shoulder, and then just run straight at him. And go for, a nice right hand jab and you'll hear the resonating sound of metal and profanities as Gildas just hold his hand.
So the Lord of Reynold stands there as everyone hears a loud smack and a ring, and he just stands there, still holding his blade. And as Gildas is clutching his hand and muttering profanities, Lord of Reynold slowly adjusts his posture.
Remember, flat of the hair, flat of the blade. Uh-huh.
Yep. So instead of everyone sees him as he adjusts his posture, those that have good perception or good combat skills see him subtly and incredibly quickly flick his wrist, and immediately 4 strikes come almost all at the same time, all on Gildas as everyone hears smack, 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 smack ring out throughout the arena. As
So,
Gildas drops.
today, I still survived the first hit. I say, in the middle of all those profanities, just look at Roman, be like, that last hit was my principle.
So you see right before the 4 smacks, so the last thing you see before you're dropped is just a nod in your direction. A very small, subtle nod. Before next thing you know, you're being woken up as a Templar has basically healed you with some heavy-duty healing magic, and Lord Roman is standing above you. He's gives his blade back to Arun, and everyone hears, "The duel has been decided. Lord Roman is the victor. I, as regent, oversee it as a most honorable and just duel. Shake each other's hands as gentlemen." You actually see Lord Roman offer a hand for you, Gildas, to help you up.
Well, I'll take it. Of course.
So he helps you up, lifting you up and then just letting you stand on your own. Basically refusing to help prop you in any way after that.
Well, I
And
can prop
then
myself up, thank you very much.
Exactly. It would be disrespectful to anything else. And you see him just extend his gauntleted hand to you.
Well, I'll extend whichever hand gets to work at the moment.
Sounds good. So he shakes your hand, gives you another nod. As a matter of principle, I respect your decisions.
Yeah, I sure respect yours. Though... I think for a moment, saying, I doubt this is enough for me to return home. I imagine.
No.
Figured. But it's fine. Now,
The
I'll
last
just go-
person to punch me in the face like that is a general in my army.
uh-huh. You should look at an acquaintance of ours, I imagine.
A mutual acquaintance, yes.
And I do hope you'll be there on the day we reunite.
I'm sure that you will both reunite before you realize. If finishes shaking your hand, gives you another nod, and you see him walk back over to his entourage. You hear with your passive perception a rune whisper, "A bit brutal for the final blow, wasn't it? It'd be disrespectful not to." He would accept nothing less.
Damn right. But for myself, I'll just walk over to where I put the rapier on. The table I put the rapier on, and just hand it up, hand it back to its owner.
She accepts it from you, flicks her wrist, catches it, and puts it back in behind her cape.
You're not very skilled with a rapier, I'm afraid. Your dexterity is not your forte.
Ah, no. I don't have nibble fingers, no. Well, they're nibble enough of what I do. Just not on the level of a rogue or a cut purse.
Nimble fingers is a skill, and all skills can be taught.
See her give you a small smile and a nod of her head.
Well, I've been meaning to say, before this altercation and all that. It's rude to lie when you introduce yourself.
Lie?
Oh, come now. Turning white because you got too much sun. What kind of person would just buy that? What's the explanation to this?
She smiles at you and suddenly starts laughing.
Oh, you took that seriously.
I
You
know,
are
I
new to
don't.
courtly affairs.
Alright, yes, I suppose I should have introduced myself. Skilled Assam and proud owner of the Kingsglaive, right?
It
So
would
the
have
thing you
gotten a
did-
good hearty chuckle from me. I've met men who consider themselves wielders of the King's Glaive, but their glaives are dull, and most certainly not the glaives of a king.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd actually be like that. How do you expect me to respond?
I like testing people. I like to see how people respond to things I say and do. The responses and the ways different people respond are a treat.
Yeah, again, I suppose that's what happens when my own weapons are turned against me. But I'll say that I did not expect a Felren to be there to be amongst us today. That's for sure.
I had no intentions of attending, but his lordship insisted. You can thank him for this, for making my pleasant company known to you.
Up on the second floor, you just see him nod and hop off the banister, walking back in the direction he came from.
Well, I doubt I will ever want to meet with the Lord of Nebulum, so I suppose you can always pretend I said thank you and tell him yourself.
I'll leave such false pleasantries to Frederick.
She then gives a small nod, grabs a glass of wine off of a servant's silver platter, and walks out. Lord Guybolg leaves as well. Eleanor actually comes down. Gildos, are you quite alright?
I've been better, but I've been worse as well. So I know, yes. I'm alright.
That's good. Looks like you took quite the thrashing for a moment there.
That I did. But honestly, I asked for it. So I can't exactly complain about what I received. And at the same time, it wasn't to death, so...
That's good. Would not do well to have you die now. Still have many years ahead of you.
All that I do, yes. I must say, it was a nice... shall I say? Display of my skills for potential buyers in the assembly.
Certainly hope nobody's hoping to poach you from me.
Oh, there is a little matter of poaching, but it's not just about me. We'll talk about it later.
Alright then.
From the upper left, you hear Yorms bellow out, "Good show, Gildos! You got a few good hits in."
I got one.
Is that Gildos person? Aye, isn't he? Look, he got a good blow in. And he had the guard to punch him. Told you he's the right good people. Aye, next time you're in Gloucester, come on over, will ya? I'll have Maria lay out a spread. Yorm just gives you a thumbs up and like a wink.
Ah, look at that, Eleanor. Invited by the Lord himself.
Apparently. I had no idea Yorm could be so convincing. Oh, and that one! The white one there, shining in the room. Yeah, that's Delon. Delon, come here! Gonna introduce you to Lord Albert.
Blom perks up. He's just been watching the match and just watching everything happen, and then kind of enraptured, and then and he just walks over.
As you approach, you see that Lord Albert is standing next to Sir Roderick, who is standing next to Yolio, and Yorm is basically on the other side of Yolio. Ah, Delon. This is, of course, the Regent himself. That is, Sir Roderick, and, this is, Lord Albert of Gloucester.
He nods to everyone, bows to the Regent, and then when he gets to see Albert, he bows accordingly. Your Lordship.
None of that. Stand up real quick. Give me a handshake. Let me get a look at you. And he just walks over, kind of like pulling you up from your shoulders, then goes to he grabs your hand, shaking it into two of his own. For a dwarf, he's bigger than Yorm.
Damn.
And Yorm's almost human-sized. Albert is human-sized.
Well met.
Well met indeed. Let's see. Delon Assidius Guillemay. Heard about you. See, I like to get the knowings of what's going on around in places. I have a good... Well, we play poker every once in a while. Your Uncle Dirk has spoken of you offhandedly every once in a while. Says you're a good kid.
You know my uncle?
He's a horrible cheat. But it's okay, it's dwarvish poker, so it's all honest cheating. None of that other stuff that you see in other places.
I'm honored that I'm being part in any of the conversations.
Dirk loves to talk about family, and dwarves love family. Is that right, Yorm? Oh, we love our families immensely. Family is number one.
Game. Delon actually can probably look at that. I'm not Yorm. We'll settle. He's like, we'll settle everything when we return to Gloucester. You have my assurance.
You see Sir Roderick give you a nod, Delon.
Mhm.
It's good to see you again.
You too, sir. I wish I would have liked to have spoken to you in our previous meeting, but I'm glad to see you still doing well.
Thank you. I have been doing quite well. Unfortunately, I have not been able to do as many of the things that I have been wanting to after certain business transpired. We can discuss more in another time.
Of course. And speaking of another time, your regent, there is an inquiry I did mean to ask of you when you have the time tonight.
You can ask it now. I'm in good company.
If you're certain, then I don't know if the headmaster of the Bard College has already sent his request, but I was wondering if you had received it.
I
was
have.
trying to. I see.
I was going to have him ask in my stead, but this saves me the trouble. What is your interest in the minister line?
Well, my interest is twofold. One, I think, one is twofold. I had heard that there were recently, from the headmaster, that a student had abused the royal archives and tried copying some. I can resolve that issue, but the minister in proper, truth of the matter is, I'm investigating minister because he asked me to.
He gives you a look through his bushy brows.
Mhm.
Which of the young masters asked you?
No, Lord Minister asked me.
The elder, then.
No, their father asked me.
Their father is dead, perished on the battlefield.
So he would wish it to be seen. He was engulfed in flames, yes? From the Red Dragon, correct?
Yes.
And he had a black blade that was turned crimson, correct?
Yes.
Tell me, have you heard of the Red Dragonborn in the Savage Lands?
Yes, he is a pain upon the continent of Kane's side.
Well, to be certain, then you must, Izuka, you know how Dragonborns are created, yes?
Yes.
We are emboldened in flame through magic and through the magic of the flame. Dragon's fire is a peculiar thing. It is both potent and powerful. It can both destroy, but in the right circumstances, their intent can change. It can be transformative. Each dragon transforms in a different manner. Some, like my lady, is more endurable, more cutting away of the rougher edges, the impurities. The Red Dragons is a bit more rough. If you were to be involved in the flame and survive the process, what would become the result?
You tell me that the charred and almost completely unrecognizable charcoal of a remains somehow became the Red Dragonborn?
It's not the first. He's like, yes, I am. He goes by. Yes, I am. It's not the first time such a thing has happened. After all, Lord Gerberg wields the. I guess his last name is, what's his last name? Lunasteer? This Asterium Lord.
I believe you're correct. Give me one moment.
Yeah.
Yes, Lunasteer.
Okay. Lord Lunasteer wields the weapon, which can revive you after death. It was, though slim, entirely possible. He has taken that rebirth quite seriously. He confirmed it in the court when speaking with Prince Ferindur and King Sylvanas. Quite a lot to get it out of him, though.
I see. This is troublesome news. To think that one of our greatest has become an enemy.
Enemy
ransacking
in
the borders.
Which is why I wish to learn more about him. And since I am here, Delon actually going to read in the pocket and he's going to hand back the broken up letter. I believe this should be returned to the archives. I meant to give it to the headmaster, but I'd forgotten.
So you see him extend a kind of wrinkly hand for the letter and turns it over and reads it, looking over it slowly. His brow furrows a little more and more with each looking over of it. Where did you get this?
I acquired it through interesting means. The individual who found it apparently had purchased it from an individual who thought they could get away with it and to keep it in safe hands. So I reliably asked to acquire it, to keep it in safer hands for a price. Now I'm returning it to you.
And you do not wish to reveal your source?
Correct. I have a feeling he has far more than he's not saying, and if I told now, I would never regain his trust, if ever.
Yolo seems to stew on this a bit. See Roderick chip in. My lord, if I may, speak. In our line of duty, it sometimes becomes necessary to affiliate yourselves with those of the downtrodden, those in the lines of works of shadow. Their trust is gained slowly and perilously, and the trust is fragile as spun sugar. Maintaining this trust is the only way to gain perhaps the source of where this was copied from, or by whom. I believe what Delon is trying to say is that he does not wish to ruin the chance at that just quite yet.
Delon nods emphatically. Just so.
I see. So then your intentions are altruistic.
Delon kind of like blinks, as if that's obvious. My lord, your honor, why would I return it if I wasn't altruistic?
Do not take offense, dear boy. It is merely that you gave it to me, and this is clearly contraband. But you refuse to tell me to whom you have retrieved it from, or from where. You must understand that it is worrisome.
All the more reason why it should be given back to its home.
And this I agree with. But I would like to know, though, whom you achieved this from, but I will not force it from you.
The source in which I've acquired it comes. They're able to get many items. I fear it will not be my first encounter, and they have been, I should say, very fruitful in what they've been able to find out.
I see.
I trust in their ability to get the sources from individuals who would cause harm. Whether they're willing to give it to me is an entirely different story. That requires the trust.
Well, then allow me to extend some trust for the sake of more trust further down the line. He has rolled the note up at this point, and he gestures to you with it a few times. Almost like wagging a finger, if you will. Should you acquire more of these from your source, I wish to have them, so that they might be taken into the kingdom's hands for safekeeping. There are certain artifacts or items that are dangerous should they be left around, and must be returned to King's Landing. I will allow you to continue to operate in such ways in a manner of trust, so long as you bring me any such further evidence as these in the future.
Of course, sir. Thank you. And about the Minister request.
I will allow you to investigate the Ministerial Archives so long as anything more you find out about this individual is related to me as well.
Yes, sir. Of course. And for the record, he goes by Suitor now.
So that is the name he has chosen for himself.
An old giant's name, if I recall.
Yes. From long, long before even Lord Albert's time.
Wonderful. Well, with all that business settled, I just wanted to finish it up. I wish to have a good time, so I will be making my leave. Lord Albert, what have you been doing as of late? Have you been enjoying yourself?
Oh, I've been having a smashing time. See, Yorm, I haven't had to talk with Yorm in decades. Yorm's a good lad. I try. Now, you are a good lad, and you need to come to dinner, because Maria's gonna fatten you up. Look at you, skin and bone. Look at that. Look, no, come in. No, look at. He like walks over to Yorm and just like shakes him a little. See, I can shake you. See, I can shake you. Skin and bone. You need some more meat. You need to be movable like the mountain. That's a mountain born. Immovable. Maria will set you straight. I appreciate it, my lord.
Yorm, I didn't know you knew Lord Albert so closely.
Well, me father and his were real close.
I see. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad then. I'm glad you've met up after some time. It's a long time coming.
He's been avoiding me.
Of course he has. He's avoiding everybody.
Nah, I wouldn't go that far.
Oh?
Didn't avoid the lads at the pub.
Dylan goes, well, of course, when alcohol's involved, you can't refuse.
Unless it's alcohol that I offer him. Suddenly he's all sheepish, doesn't want to share a drink with old Bert.
They sound so similar, you know, like who's talking?
I know, it's hilarious.
They're
like
talking to them, Dylan, they are like brothers.
Yeah, it makes Dylan laugh. Actually, as he's looking between all of them, I'm sure he glances at Frelhammer. He has it. Frelhammer, I'm assuming. Lord
It's
Albert.
hanging on his hip.
No. Delon glances at it and goes, "Oh, my apologies. It is also nice to meet you, Frelhammer."
Ah, you wish to introduce yourself to Frelhammer. Alright then. He reaches on his hip, just picks it up, twirls it around. You can hear the air move with the movements of the twirl. Just whoosh whoosh. And he catches it and just extends it to you briefly. Say hello, Frelhammer.
Delon's hand kind of like, is this alright?
Before you go, as you're going to like gently kind of see what you can do with it, you suddenly hear a voice. Well met.
Huh? Well met. And I'll gently shake the handle. Presumably. Do you want me to make a roll?
No, unneeded.
Okay. Am I able
What is
to
your
move
name?
him with a shake?
You are incapable of moving it with a shake.
Okay. Well, I just moved the arm.
What is your name?
Ah, I am Delon Atilius Guillemay, at your acquaintance.
Well met, Lord Guillemay. Do you know
Well met.
who I am? Stop reading my mind, Evan.
No, Delon, like, blinks. Do I know you? You are Frelhammer. Hammer as a hammer to the Lord and High King, as a King Gloucester. The Stormbreaker. The Weathermaster. The Breaker of Dragons. Yes, I know you very well. I know your legends very well. It's an honor to make your acquaintance.
It is excellent to make your acquaintance as well. You carry yourself with composure and confidence. This is good. A knight should carry themselves in such a fashion. And I have deemed that you are a noble soul. Thus, I will communicate with you. Nothing more.
That itself is a great honor. Thank you.
You are welcome. Now I must return to my vigil.
Yes, sir. Of course.
See, Albert just kind of give another twirl as you just hear it moving the air again, as it's clearly heavy as hell. And he puts it back on his hip.
Delon glances to Yorm, and there's like a bit of giddiness. Yorm, did you see? Frelhammer, it spoke.
Yes, it did, Delon. It spoke to you. That's amazing. Never speaks to me. That's because you're a rapscallion who gets into trouble. Look at this one. He's always out going to the pub, getting smashed. He forgot the key to the front door of his own home one time. It was only once. It was a time that mattered. I actually told your father to let the door stay up, so you had to sleep out in the cold, naked. It was you who told him to do that. Damn straight. If I didn't, you would never have learned your lesson. You would have forgotten it again.
Delon glances to Yorm. Yorm, you were naked at the time?
I didn't think it was privy to reveal that part of the information at the time.
Delon nods. I can see why, but no offense, there seems to be a pattern with all your stories of you losing clothes.
He told us that story so many times too.
Well, you know, you get a dwarf nice and sozzled up, and things tend to happen. Not to mention that one time that you... What was the lass's name? Juniper? Julep? Juliet? That's right, that's right. You got in a nice little scuffle with Juliet, didn't you? I heard she smacked you, and she shaved your beard in your sleep. That's a dirty lie, and you know it. Nope, nope, nope. I remember. Beard was shorter. But I did see you a few months after, so it's plausible she shaved it off. Was shorter at the time. And you told me just before I saw you that you were growing it out, weren't you? It was shorter than last we met.
God. Oh.
You want me
Go on, just
just
kinda
shakes his
listening.
head for a moment? That's dirty slander. Never happened. You just see Albert nod, just kind of, never happened. Okay. Sure. But it was the name Julia then. She was a nice girl at the time. But no. We all knew she was crazy as a bat. Right, Batty? She was a nice girl at the time.
I'm just kind of watching them go back and forth. Thulon briefly glances to Sir Roderick. Oh, so, Sir Roderick, meaning to ask, what have you been up to lately? Have you visited home? You
I
said
have
something
visited
about
home.
it. Good. He has or hasn't?
He has.
Okay, that's good. So, is it? I know you mentioned coming home at one point. Did you have any extended family?
Yes. My wife. A lovely woman. And we are blessed with 3 sons and 2 daughters.
The one kind of peeks up. You have a... My word, you have an extended family. I had no idea. The way you carried yourself, I thought you were in a continuous vigil.
I am, but I also make brief pilgrimages home to make sure that I am present through many times the year.
I see. Well, I hope they were happy to see you after such time.
They are in their own way. My eldest understands what I do. My youngest boy does not. The middle boy is... He disagrees, but he understands. And one of my girls refuses to speak to me, and the other writes to me regularly.
I see. I hope time will mend these things. I'm sure of it, but until then, I hope you make the best of efforts.
Since I have been garrisoned back in King's Landing temporarily, I have been resting at home instead of at the barracks. Taking the
Good.
time to do so.
Let's see. I don't really say to say, but Thulon doesn't remember something. I would love to continue this further conversation, but I did promise someone very important to escort them around. Lord Otto, it's been an honor to make your acquaintance. I hope when we arriving our business in Glaucus, we might perchance humbly request a visit officially.
Of course. You bring that lad Gildas, you bring yourself, and you bring your friends, and I'll have Maria set out a nice spread. She loves to cook for company, and she's been begrudging that I've been eating more than is proper, and if I'm gonna eat enough for company, then I better bring company.
Thank you. Go on us.
But now then, Yorn, what was just as you were telling me about some other fellows you've been traveling with. Tell me more. Love to hear about your stories. Do you have good stories, you all? Well, it's about this rogue. He's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just see Albert wrap an arm around Yorm's shoulder, kind of jostling him as they both walk away in the distance somewhere?
Mhm. I promised Lady Margaret, so I gotta go.
Mm-hmm. You see the regent give you a nod, and briefly turns to Roderick, who nods. He gives you a bow. We shall excuse ourselves as well. We have
Yes, sir.
meetings to attend to, and some other people to speak with as well. Enjoy
Yes, sir.
yourself.
You as well.
Go on back to the room. Go away. Well, back to the places. Show's over.
Eleanor
Show's
gives you
over.
a small nod, Gildas.
Well, seems that the crowd is dispersing, so winning King's Landing, make like the king, I guess.
Back to their NPC positions. But yeah, I'll go over to Lady Margaret. If you want, you can go to Bub now.
Yep. So, Bub.
And now for something completely different.
Yeah,
Yup.
I'm all for it.
So, Bub, as you walk into this hall, you find that the Lord of Nebulum is standing very publicly, essentially on top of the staircase here. He is leaning against one of the banisters up on this part and just kind of looking over at all the audience. His divine weapon resting unsheathed atop his shoulder. Just very lazily and commonly lounging about, kind of a thing. Quite bored.
Uh-huh.
You can also see that Lord Broccoli is here. He has a plate that is filled with all sorts of odds and ends. He has a few crumbs in his beard. He's currently has a leg of like what looks like a turkey leg or something that he's gesturing around with while he talks to some people, and every once in a while he'll stop telling some story and take a bite of it. The stories he's telling seem rather macabre. And so we took the traitorous cur and we strung him up by his garters. That sounds
Not as bad
horrid.
as I thought. When he said macabre, I'm like, uh-oh.
What happened then? Well, after we strung him up by his garters, we hung him there in the public square. By his... I hope it was quick. No, not by the neck. No, by the waist. It rains. Rains a lot in Nebulum. So it rained on him. And his clothes grew moldy and grew mushrooms upon him. He began to stink. We gave him just a bit of food, just a tiny bit of water, keep him alive. We hung him there, and he just stood there. He lay, sung, public streets. By the time we finally cut him down, most would have assumed he was dead. No, we didn't let him die, though. That's what we do, sir. That's what we do to traitors. No, death's too easy. Death's an escape. Traitor deserves much worse.
Well, I think that we'd like to, I think there's a gentleman calling us for a dance about now.
Wrong, lasses. Wrong. He takes another bite from the turkey leg. These tots and trollops strutting about.
And nobody's like giving him shit just because of his status.
People clearly don't like him, but they're being polite.
I'll screw with him later. Or do I start the party with screwing with the big guy? Probably a bad idea. Bub realizes that this is probably a bad idea.
Real question is, does he care? He is selfish.
No, he has his fancy hat on, so he cares.
Oh, okay. He has his fancy.
He doesn't want the fancy hat to get damaged.
I mean, half of me wants to embroider the words "serious cap" on the inside of it.
Serious This is my serious cap on.
I demand that Bub does this at some point.
Inverse dunce cap. Oh my god. You know what? I'm saving this and I'm gonna use this for my gnome character in the future. That is just the funniest shit. Oh my gosh, I should have used that for Whimsy. That's so freaking funny.
Inverse dunce cap.
Get for gnome character. There we go. Okay. Putting it under my meme folder. I love that so much. So,
You got plenty of people
I
left?
feel like Bob would go for the dragon first.
Okay.
Alrighty. As you approach the Dragonborn, you see that he is standing, a hand upon the hilt of his blade. He is standing near a table that has a glass on it, and he's just kind of keeping a vigil around the area, watching Lady Belladonna, Lord Bracali, and the Lord Vastirian.
Cool. So I'm just gonna like hobble up like in front of him, like kind of being obvious. And I go, "Hello." Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm gonna screw up my mic. You still hear me?
A little bit.
Okay. Sorry
Yeah,
about
it's
that.
back to normal.
Much better.
Okay, dang it. Alright, I almost broke it. Hello. I am Sir Bub Moondruid, an emissary to the Blue Dragon, Lord of Kobolds. There's gonna be a right order for that, but I'm just gonna keep trying different ones until one sticks. Can you guys hear me?
Not at all. Haha.
Now,
Yeah,
now
we can hear
Marshall's
you.
having the technical difficulties.
There we
Yeah.
go. There we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
I moved my mic away briefly because I was eating a bite of food. And then when
Works.
I pulled it back down, it didn't want to turn back on for a moment.
Wood.
Oh, yes. I recall you.
Yeah, so I know he's a Dragonborn.
Yes. He's very visibly a white Dragonborn.
Okay.
You also recall that he's somebody that you've met very briefly, but he's mostly spoken to Delon and the others, not really extensively to you.
Yes, this is Commander Darius, by the way.
Well, I wanted to come up and introduce myself because I am very good friends with it would be Sir Delon, since you're a knight.
Yeah, technically Sir Delon.
Yeah. With Sir Delon. We are traveling together on an important quest.
Yes. He's told me a bit about you. Curious, inquisitive blue kobold. It has also come to my attention that you are soon to be the Druid of Styria.
Well, they said that I could lay claim to it, and since we don't have a druid and I can't find any others, then that means that the job falls to myself. And I always do a really good job.
I see. Well then, I do wish you luck upon your promotion.
Thank you. Although it does require some preparation.
Humor me. What kinds of preparation are needed?
Well, you see, the DM's gonna have to remind me what I have to do for the ritual. But I remember that there's basically like a tree stump, and then you bring your staff to the tree stump and you perform a ritual.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
It takes some dedicated time, because it's going to take like about a few weeks for the ritual to commence and finish. But once it's done, you'll be the designated Druid of Asterium.
Yeah, so Bub says, so the ritual itself is actually rather simple. However, how do I explain this? Basically, it's good to get different kinds of nature to surround that represents the place that you're doing it. that also represents the responsibility and the personality of the druid in question. A druid is kind of like a lord regent of the forest.
Yes, I would say that is an appropriate comparison.
Except we're also the high priest.
In many such cases, a high priest can also be a lord.
I suppose that's true, although that's pretty rare for some reason.
Many times, nobility, if they have multiple sons, will send one into the clergy, and sometimes they take to it like a fish to water, and they rise rapidly through the ranks until they have achieved a position significant.
Makes sense to me. Gotta show some fealty to the gods. A few children, that's probably a good thing. Bob says, like, clearly not really understanding the implications.
He gives you a nod. Fealty to the divines is important, yes. They created this land and protect the citizens within it, and have done so since before we laid claim to it.
Quick question, because, you know, obviously I've talked to a couple of the dragon gods recently. Would there be anything that I should impart upon other dragonborns that would be important? I'm just totally blanking on if there would be anything relevant.
Darius knows about the blight because we told him. You didn't inform him about anything about Lady Uluru or any other Savage Land stuff, though. That might be interesting. You have a unique perspective about that situation, too, and he has probably no idea about any of that.
Why would he need to know about that? I guess that's the question.
Okay, so think about it in the context of a King's Landing Commander Templar.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big guy who knows a lot of Templar stuff. Having an idea that, they're not a bunch of, they have, someone who talks in forest stuff, and we've had problems to deal with the forests and stuff. That's a perspective I hadn't considered. And also, informing it as well from a druid's point of view would be paramount in going, hey, just so you know, I'm trying to make sure this is all working, because we all need to work together to fight this thing. That's, something important that you should know.
Yeah, I'll bring it up. I don't want to cause, a big panic in the party.
I mean, you're the druid. You're in panic mode. The nature literally told you, hey, I chose you because you need to get this done. That's your number one priority.
Pikachu, I choose you.
Pikachu, I choose you.
Yeah, so I'm going to show him my Blood Hunter tattoo. And he says, in our travels, we came across another druid named Uluru, and we were taken as guests inside the... what was the name of the drow place?
It was known as the Enclave.
Among the Enclave. And there, I learned some very important details that I think somebody of your station would need to know, since you're, like the police. It's like the police commissioner. More like Peekaboo, I choose you. Heck yeah, dude.
So he actually gives you a little more attention. I see. What sort of goings-ons are happening within the Savage Lands?
Well, that's kind of the reason for much of my journey right now. You see, I'm going around and warning important people in power about a looming threat. And I got a grand vision from nature. How many months ago would it be? Probably several.
About a year now.
About a year now, just under a year.
About a year ago, I saw a big black fog coming down, and it gradually swallowed the entire lands of Canes. So, when we came to the Savage Lands, however, I got a little bit more context for that. You see, I'm trying to think of what order I say it in. But we learned that this corruption is actually, I'm gonna get like super close and like whisper the secret. Actually, it has to do with the black dragon. And historically speaking, this happened. Was it 1,000 years ago? With the stuff having
5,000
to do
really.
with Move Shaper and whatnot.
That's like 5,000 actually. That's a way long time. That's like the first age.
Yeah, with Moonshaper, that was very long time ago.
5,000 years ago, there was a druid named Moonshaper who fought something similar, and it has to do with the Fey Wild.
I see. So then you think that a former foe of all of Kane's has stumbled upon some sort of dark force and is intending to use it against us.
Yes. It tried to swallow up the Enclave, and it almost succeeded. We got really lucky.
I see. Tell me. You have made some affiliations with an enclave within the Savage Lands.
That's right.
I have a curious question, as I have not been to the Savage Lands since the last campaign.
Okay.
Are they willing and able for diplomacy? Or do tensions still run hot upon the populace?
Specifically in the Enclave?
He's saying upon the Savage Lands as its people. Darius seems to not understand the elven culture very well.
It's kind of complicated, but there's many different tribes within the Savage Lands, and each has a war chief. And the smaller ones, they all kind of.
God damn it, Rem.
Remy's meme is just killing me. Yeah, it's kind of that, bro. Not gonna lie, the body language says everything. But I actually attended a meeting of these war chiefs, and they have been warned about the coming problem. They seem to be willing to do diplomacy. However, the Enclave itself is special. They tend to keep to their own, and they only really talk to guests. But I can assure you that they are well aware of the problem, and are willing to contribute their power when the day comes.
I see. Well then, it is good to know that they can be called upon for a greater purpose.
I happen to know the Pink War Chief, the newest War Chief, and he is definitely willing to talk.
Pink War Chief.
Yes, he is one of my traveling companions.
Ah, I see.
What's Gildas's last name? Gildas Armand.
I have to remember the last session, like he was in the room with the ale and all that when I told them that.
Yeah, cleric of
You didn't
low tier
describe it as a
shitty
pink
goddess,
tribe, though.
Frigid.
Yeah,
You didn't describe it as that, and also Bub doesn't assume anything at
Yeah.
any point at any time. He just tells you. He'll tell you the same information just to make sure that he told it.
It
Makes,
Then again,
it makes
I-
perfect sense
makes
for
perfect
Evan.
sense for Bub.
It makes perfect sense. He's like, I already know. Well, I'm telling you anyway because I want to make sure I told you. Because
Well,
I want to make sure you got the right
That picture says
information.
everything. That picture
But,
says
yeah,
everything.
it's fine. It's like I haven't made my second announcement
No,
for today.
that's just
so-
the way I've always saw it. It's like Bub will tell you the same thing just to make sure that he checks off his own list that he told you because he's a kobold. It's hard for him to remember who he's told what to, so he just repeats the same thing just in case, so he covers his base.
Why not?
I just
It
need
also
you.
help-
I don't care if you think you know already. I need to make sure you know the right information.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Coming from me.
Yeah, I thought Bridget was a mid-tier goddess, but I didn't realize she was a low-tier weakling until a few sessions ago.
Yeah, well, that's your problem. It's been established it was a boonies goddess, so that it was the bigger.
Yeah, but there's Boonies goddess and there's Boonies goddesses. Where it's like, yeah, not a lot of people know about them, but they're super powerful. And then there's like, oh, well, I got like this field over here, bro.
Bridget is the former. Not that many people know about them, but they're there. But she's now she has become the. I got this field over here. That's basically.
I mean,
Bridget.
heck, I mean, he gets strong spells from her, so she can't all be all that weak.
I mean, what's
Um,
weak among gods, really?
Well, you see, in other editions of D&D, gods had a special rank to show how powerful they were. Let's see, did I say everything? Yeah, okay, yeah, I can introduce him to Gildas, who can get him in with the Savage Lands. Okay, yeah, that's what I need to say. Okay, we're good.
Darius gives you a nod, bub. I see. Well, thank you to bringing some information that I didn't know to the table then. As well as reminding me of some information that I had heard recently.
Glad to be of service. What do they call the headmaster? Was it headmaster, or did they call him prefect?
Of the Bard College?
Yeah.
They called him headmaster.
I've already spoken with the headmaster of the Bard College, and he is on board. So I thought I would talk to you next.
Oh, I see. Trying to make all sure that the Regent's cabinet are all in agreement before approaching him, then.
Is that when all the big people come together to talk about stuff? I haven't met all the big people. I can only talk to the ones that I meet.
Darius gives you a curious gaze before kind of shaking his head in wry amusement.
Bub thinking he could do it all himself, so.
Is there anything else you wish to inform me of?
Am I forgetting anything? Let's check my quest log. I press the select button and open my quest log.
You could also be you could be real just like bubbery and just being like, I don't know, how's your day?
I'm
You enjoying
literally gonna
yourself?
say that if I can't think of anything else.
Are you always this grumpy?
He's not particularly grumpy. He's just like reserved. That's
Yeah.
different.
I respect the reservedness. Don't let anyone into your heart.
Cobalt
They might take
superiority
advantage
game.
of it. I just want you to know I really respect you as a Dragonborn. We're better than everyone else. One day I'm gonna become a dragon, and then I'll be just like you.
Stop it. Bub says, do I have your support?
I cannot give my support to a goal so readily. I have other affiliations. But should a threat come that challenges all of Cain's and the safety of the populace, the Templars will of course respond in kind.
Cool. Well, maybe you can help me with something then. You see, there's this cult. I explained we're gonna teleport away guys who've been like messing.
The Red Magus Society?
Yeah, that's it. And I'm just gonna explain like the couple times we ran into them. They seem to be up to no good from what I know about them. I thought I would report them to you. because they've been involved with some poachers here and here on the map.
I see. Well, unfortunately, we Templars cannot do anything in the realms of Nebulum per a long-standing diplomatic treaty. But in regards to some of the other regions that they have been operating in, I will consider sending a man of good faith to investigate such things. As
Excellent.
when shortly after you mention this cult to him, you see someone come over, and he just like tosses a turkey leg in the trash somewhere. Now listen here, there's nothing to worry about with those folks.
Who's saying this?
This blue dog here is just telling you spooky stories to scare you little ones under the bed.
Huh? I saw it. It was more than one time, too. They're very sneaky.
Oh, I'm sure you saw it. Next thing you're gonna say you saw some horned man with a twisted tail right in your closet. But when you turned the light on, it was gone.
They weren't in my closet, but I've seen some of those, too.
See,
who's saying this?
Lord Bracali.
Okay.
See Lord Bracali as, he pauses for a small moment, reaches into his person, and he takes out a cigar. He he points the cigar at the Dragonborn. Mind giving me a light? No. I don't believe that my radiance would mix well with your cigar. It would not cause a light to a flame to ignite the tobacco that would be to your taste. Right.
I can just produce flame. I never use it.
What about you? You're a druid, right? You can cast magic. Go to light.
Produce flame. I like your hat.
Oh, thank you. My hat is a status symbol, you see? This hat, this cloak, means that I'm the biggest man in Nebula.
Mine too. It means I'm the Lord of Kobolds and very important.
Exactly. A man's hat, it shows his status. And if he's got nice coat and nice boots, adds to the status.
I get that. It's like having big claws.
Big claws are like nice rings. And you just see him crack his knuckles. He's got like some silver rings on his fingers.
Cool.
Let's see, you're a blue kobold, so you're from Mysterium. An awful
That's
long
right.
way from home, ain't you, boy?
Huh. Not too far. Bubba's traveled all across the land of Canes. Mostly. Like 80% of it at this point.
I see. That's quite an accomplishment for one such as yourself.
Yeah. I started out as a very small kobold. Didn't do very well in school, so I became a druid. And then when I came back, I did real good. So I went on a grand journey. And now, soon, I will be the druid of Asterium.
I see. That's a lot of flipper flabber, just saying that you got your magical powers from the land somehow.
From nature.
You see, listen here, little one. There's two kinds of people in this world.
Okay.
There's the kinds of people who are born and lucky enough to find themselves into situations of grandeur, you see? And then there's the other sort. He actually, as he says one side, he brings up his left hand, and as he says the other sort, he holds up his right. These sorts of people, they are born with nothing. They're lucky to be born at all, you see. They're worthless, the drugs of society. But they Some of these treks, see, they're a pearl, a diamond in the rough. Some of them have skills, some of them are actually quite competent. You'd never assume it from as they've been crawling amongst the muck. And every once in a while, one of those mucks, those little scuttling crabs, becomes something more. And so the mucking crab can walk amongst those of privilege.
Well, they just gotta work harder. Become a big enough crab to crawl out of the bucket.
See, that's something we can agree on. If those treks, those pathetic lot, are just content to scrabble amongst the dirt and disease, then they deserve to be there, you see. Some deserve to claw their way out of it, and only through their own grit can they even get that far.
Well, all I know is that there's the laws of nature, and then there's hard work. And some people are dragons, and dragons are better. And other things are not dragons. So they have to, well, they can't work harder than kobolds. Kobolds work harder than everybody, and we're dragons. So we're pretty amazing.
I can respect the confidence, at least. Wonder if it's well placed or misplaced. Either way, you're right about that. There's nature and work. And some men are dragons. Some, they're as lowly as a common lizard. And others, well, they may not be kobolds. No, wait. They start as lowly kobolds, and eventually they become a drake. Now they don't walk in the same steps as the dragon. See, a dragon has wings. A drake, well, they're on all fours, and they can't fly. But a drake walks in line with the dragon.
Insight. Like at this point, Bug's gonna realize that like there's subtext here, obviously, that he might not be getting. Oh,
Oh, very nice. So, I think that's a 20, unless
Yeah.
you're gaining advantage somehow.
I don't know how I'd be getting advantage.
Yeah, me neither. Alright, so with a 20, Bub, you can kind of get that Broccoli is essentially describing that there are people in the world who have nothing, who basically climb to the top. But people who have come from nothing can never reach the absolute peak of a mountain, but they will be on top of the mountain. He's saying that the people who are on the peak of the mountain are the dragons of the world, and the people who started with nothing are kobolds who became drakes.
Yeah, I mean, Bug basically agrees, and he says, well, I have to think about that, because, I mean, you have ascension, so it's possible to become godlike, like a dragon, but dragons can also ascend. So maybe the dragon that ascends is greater than the non-dragon that doesn't ascend.
Never thought I'd be arguing philosophy with a kobold.
Druids are very philosophical. We just take a different bent.
You know what? I think I know the difference between you and other kobolds. He actually kind of taps the top of your top hat with his finger. That there.
It's good of you to notice. He really likes his hat.
See, where I come from, hats are expensive, you see. Not many can afford the luxury of wearing a hat. Those who have hats, you know that you shouldn't mess with them. And if you do mess with them, well, you best be prepared for the backlash that comes later.
So Bub says, I noticed that people in cities really like fancy things.
That they do. Personally, a nice fur coat and a nice fancy hat is all I need. Some nice hardy boots, too.
Yeah,
Good
so Bub's
boots
like,
can be used for anywhere. A nice coat can keep you warm. And if you're already warm, just carry it on your shoulders. Status symbol. A nice hat keeps the rain out of your eyes. And if you made it right, you take good care of it. It'll last for years.
Bub says, it's very, very nice. I like the way I am normally, and I can transform into all sorts of things. I think it's very helpful for perspective.
You see him bring a finger and point it at his eye, and he nods at you. Perspective is key. You remind me of a boy I once met. He challenged my beliefs, and he talked about a lot of things that a kid of his stature wouldn't usually know either.
Well, I can see why you'd compare me to a boy, because I'm as tall as a boy, but Bubba's been an adult for, he thinks about it, 2 years now.
Right. Well, then if you're an adult, you can make your own decisions. So if you're a Nebulum, look for the Black Hand, will you? We could
The
use
Black
smart,
Hand.
insightful people like yourself who work hard and have a long track record of doing the best work.
Well, that's especially important in Nebulum. It's very dark there. Me literally only
Indeed it
been
is.
there for a single afternoon. It's very dark there.
If you ever get to the city, you'll find that it's black as night, even when it should be daytime. Folks carry candles and covered lanterns with them in the streets. And if you have the oil, you burn it into the well into the night. Or if you let the darkness creep into your home, you never know what might come knocking.
That's true. I can't say I understand completely because Bub can see in the dark. But, well, it's like you can't see as much detail in the dark. Like things are gray. At least that's assuming dark vision works the same in 5th edition as it does in previous ones.
It does.
Okay, weed cookies.
Edibles.
Bub says, well, if you need services of a druid, I'm not cheap, but I'm just gonna say that thinking about the 300 gold. It'd be like, but I'm very good at solving big problems now.
Well, I'm not sure if they could have use for somebody with big problems just yet. But you know, you start working for small problems, and eventually you work your way up to solving big problems.
That's right. First you clean the displacer beast's cage, and then you're catching the displacer beast.
Exactly. You're very sensible for a kobold. Most of your sort are just strutting about like a lost pup, eating meat off people's tables.
I can assure you that we don't get lost. Kobolds know what they need to do, and they do the work.
Well, I imagine kobolds get quite lost. After all, I don't see a lot of them.
That's because we stay in our place of birth, usually, for our entire lives. It's rare for kobolds to go traveling about, unless we're under orders.
I see. So you're good little soldiers. That's good to know.
You could think of it like that. But we are whatever we were made to be.
Oh, another philosophical question then. You see him close his hand and then point a finger at you, Bub. The thing that you notice about this guy's hands is that they're freaking huge, like
Yeah.
fist
Like he appears
kind of
to be human.
hands, like
Yeah.
Kingpin kind of hands from Spider-Man.
Oh, okay, Dave. Have you seen the meme video where it's like, because of our weight?
Yes, I have.
That's what I think of when I think of Kingpin.
He points a big finger at you. It just tells you, what were you made for? That's a question we should all ask ourselves when we're young.
Out of game, I know that blue kobolds, we're the smart kobolds in terms of doing research and stuff. Is that correct?
Yes, blue kobolds are a little smarter than the other kobolds. They're also capable of more independent thought than the other kobolds, and they're given enough independence to act without needing a lot of advising, kind of a thing.
Yeah, so Bub says it's very simple. You see, us blue kobolds, we're the smart researcher philosophical kobolds. And we were made to have some independence because the blue dragon doesn't like to constantly need oversight over us. And that way we can get to do our work and get along.
I see. So you were made so that you could be good, smart, and independent. Those are good qualities. With a head like that, you go places.
I'm gonna go to even more places soon.
You see him pat the top of your top hat. Attaboy.
Well, thank you, my lord, question mark.
Broccoli.
Broccoli? Like broccoli. I like it. It's dignified.
He says nothing to you, just staring at you.
Yeah, no. But don't be offended. Broccoli is the greatest of all floral vegetables.
I actually don't think it is. I have to think about that. So Bub would say, well, broccoli is very nutritious and an acquired taste. I like it.
I see. So then you're comparing me to a nutritious vegetable that's not for everyone. So you're saying I have substance, and I'm an exotic, exquisite taste.
Yeah, let's go with that.
You know,
Well, that's basically what I'm saying, so he's not wrong.
you just saved yourself a thrashing, kid. Quick on
Oh,
your
well, I
feet.
wouldn't recommend that. I'm not even trying to intimidate, but Bub was just going to say that anyway.
No, but you're not in a position to recommend me things now, are you?
Not really, no, I'm not selling you anything.
Not yet. But you know, you're quick on your feet. That's good. See him pat the top of your top hat again. Now run along. Oh, but where are my manners? He reaches into like around to his belt and just tosses something at you. A
Okay.
gift. Don't say that Broccoli never gave you nothing.
What is it?
He tossed you a small vial.
What would it be, Arcana?
Medicine or Arcana?
My Arcana's better, surprisingly. 19.
It is a potion of some sort. Without opening it or analyzing the contents, you can't really tell what it is, as it's an unmarked potion.
Yeah, so I'll put it in my pocket and go, cool, I'll show this to Eleanor later.
It's a gift, so do with it as you wish. When a man gives another man a gift, what that man does with that gift after it's exchanged hands is none of the gift giver's business or decision.
Yeah, so what are the most common birds that fly around King's Landing?
All kinds. There are sparrows, there are hawks, there are eagles, falcons.
Yeah, but is there like a big animal that is constantly around this area?
Like a big bird that would be around the area?
Yeah, like a bird, or it could be like a cat or something. Like just something that's numerous.
There are a lot of hawks in King's Landing.
All right, I'll be sure to put in good words with the hawks.
The hawks.
There are many in King's Landing, and they sure can be useful.
I see. I've not worked very closely with that gang.
I don't know what a group of hawks would be called. I'm pretty sure it's not a gang, though.
No.
All right, well, I would give him a bow, but I failed my manners class.
So Bob waves instead.
Yeah, seriously.
By the way, a group of hawks is called a kettle.
A kettle. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Same spelling as what is used to boil.
A tea kettle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So Broccoli,
Just like a group of crows is called a murder.
Yep.
I like that one.
I know that one.
Yeah, Broccoli kind of gives you a small nod as you wave at him, and he turns his back to you and just grabs another drink off one of the servants' platters and just drinks half of it in one go and begins walking around some more.
What an interesting fellow. I think I said everything I need to do with Lord Darius as well. I'm pretty sure he's heard about the dragon, so I don't need to actually tell him about that. Okay. I'm tempted to talk to the guy of Nebulum, but I think we should switch.
Alrighty then. I was just waiting to see if you were done before I switched over, essentially.
Yeah, I figure like I'm also getting a bunch of game ideas right now. So.
Fair enough.
Let's just go back to that.
Alrighty. So, back to Gildos. I think. Or actually, no, I'll go to Lon, because Lon hasn't had a lot of time.
Okay.
So, Delon, you walk over and you're heading towards Lady Margaret, correct?
I am. I have an obligation.
Alrighty. So as you make your way over, you see that she is smiling and talking quite positively with one of the nobles that she's talking with. As you approach, she gives a low, polite bow. Please excuse me, my lord. One of my companions is coming to greet me, and I must bid you adieu. Of course, Lady Margaret, of course. Please, don't be a stranger. We always love to have your company. Thank you for the invitation. I'll consider it for the near future. She smiles and walks over to you, Delon.
Mhm.
Good evening, Delon.
Lady Margaret.
Have you been enjoying the festivities?
So far, it's been quite grand. I don't think I saw you. Did you see the duel just now?
I saw it from the back of the crowd.
See. And what did you think?
I thought it was a foolish endeavor for your companion to challenge one of the lords to a one-on-one. However, from what I could tell, it was some sort of personal contrivance.
Indeed. Do you know why?
I assume it was a matter of honor. Most duels in King's Landing occur from such.
Similarly, but truth be told, it's more complicated than that. He respects his lord, from what I can tell, and that duel was a way of, how do you say? A way of sort of, ending an argument, so to speak. See, his lord put him in a very precarious position, and it was very unfair. He most likely then asked him why he did such a thing, probably got his answer, and wanted to communicate in a way that Renolian can, which is through combat.
Yes, they respond strongly to strength and positions of confidence. They also do not like wordplay or subtle mannerisms and instead prefer to get to the heart of the matter, which is something I can relate to at least.
I see. Well, come on. I said I'd take you around and show you about. We're going to. Is it you wanted to know what it's about to enjoy a ball? You said you've been here, but you haven't had the festivities. Well, come on.
Already?
Already?
I was not expecting it so soon.
Would you prefer to speak more company? I have others I can speak to in the meantime, if that is your preference.
No. I was merely surprised, is all.
I will be speaking to other guests as well, but that doesn't mean I can't show you around and try to explain some things as I do.
Well then, please show me a good time. She extends her elbow to you.
Delon bows politely and takes her arm. Now, let's see. What would you like to do? Have you had food yet?
I have had a small bite to eat and some water.
Well, that simply won't do. We'll have to get you some food.
Well then, I will allow you to pick a meal for me that you believe would be to my taste.
Pick a meal for you, are you certain?
Yes. You are an expert among the mannerisms and delicacies of King's Landing, are you not?
As an individual who has lived there for quite some time, expert seems a strange way to put it, but I suppose so.
Then I will defer to your expertise.
Then if as thou wish, I shall do so. Let us head to the dining hall then.
She gives a small nod and allows you to lead her there.
Alright, we'll go to the dining hall. Delon also means to speak with Lord Roman, so you can actually switch back to Gildas. I want to see what happens. He also needs to
Alrighty.
check out what Gildas as well. Yeah, go ahead.
You see, the thing is, I was going to make my way over there.
Oh, that's fine.
So I'm like, I still need to have like my serious conversation with Belladonna, but it's like, considering she just left the room, there's no point chasing after her
Sure.
right now. So just nursing my wound, and then I go talk to Fat Albert. After that.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Thank you.
Enjoy yourself. If that's the way you want to go, then that's fine. Then I guess I'll do the dinner thing and try to talk to Lord Roman then.
Alrighty. So then, do you want to do your thing with Margaret and then head over to Roman, or do you want me to move to Gildas?
Cause like
Ooh.
I can still be in the room while you do that. I'm just gonna move somewhere else after that, essentially.
That's fair. Yeah, I'll just do this with the Lady Margaret then and talk to Lord Roman and the gang,
Alright.
the Lions gang.
So you make your way over. As you're
Mhm.
moving between rooms, she speaks rather quietly to you.
Mm-hmm.
Be very professional, though. I do not wish to cause any scandals for my reputation. This is
dear
one of the
lady.
first times that I have been shepherded around at the King's Landing Ball.
My lady, you think I would probably dishonor you on such a grand occasion? You certainly don't know me very well, then.
Nonsense, it is merely a precaution. As I have
Precaution?
refused all previous shepherdings up until this point, this is a break from my norm.
And I greatly appreciate that warning, but it is entirely unneeded, I assure you. You're gonna have a wonderful time. No need to worry. I wouldn't dare consider an incident with you on my shoulder.
Alright then.
Now, let's see. You don't like sweet things, so certain cakes are not out of order.
I enjoy meals of savoriness, tartness, and I enjoy my meat rare.
Let's see. Rare, I see. Then I think steak, a bit of this.
I
this,
prefer
this.
sour grapes in my wine.
Sour grapes, then. Let's try this wine, then. And there. This should be a bit of a meal.
She accepts it from you and gives it a small, curious look before
Um,
taking a sip of the wine.
I'm assuming I chose some good stuff.
Oh
How
yeah,
much you want
there's
me to
no
roll?
need. No need for a skill check. You picked anything that, because you're so familiar with it, based off her descriptors, you picked things that you're pretty sure she'd like. So she sips some wine and seems to give a faint smile at it. And she tries a few bites of the food. She doesn't seem to eat a lot of it, but she does seem to smile faintly when she eats it.
Is it to your liking?
It is quite good. It is clearly prepared by a master craftsman.
This is the bowl, after all. Tell me, have you not engaged in eating too much when you come to these festivities?
No, most of the other lady folk have been quite... They sample here and there, but they do not make a show of eating quite a good meal.
You understand why they don't do that, correct?
It is rude to overindulge at someone else's table.
Yes, technically, but... Well, usually they eat beforehand. It's a form of... Well, for ladies, they have a very specific regiment that they eat to stay fit. And a lot, as in some of them, especially in these dresses, are very specifically made for them. So they try not to cause any incidents by eating too much or having too little. So they already eat mostly preparedly beforehand. The eating at all is showing that they did enjoy it, but I'm sure many of them would be more than happy to eat more if they could.
I see. How inconvenient.
It is it is a certain way of things, though. Many ladies do not care do not care regardless, and politely will eat a bit more, especially if their partner is eating with them.
I see them. Which of these foods would you like upon your plate then?
Well, as I wish to stay a bit more appropriate, think this bit more meat, less on this, although I have, and a regular cake. I don't get to have too many sweet things in such times, and I do miss it.
Allow me then.
Thank you.
She walks over and, with perfect poise and manners, retrieves some food and cuts some cake for you and gets some for you,
Mhm.
puts it upon a plate and walks back to you, handing it to you.
Nice. Evan, if you're gonna type, mute yourself. Okay, Delon nods. He takes a bite. I'm sure it's delicious.
It is. It is the best food that you can acquire in King's Landing. Any of the meat has just the right amount of fat. Any of the meat is well seasoned. There's different kinds of well doneness for the meat. Any cakes are clearly made. They were made just a few hours before the ball, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm. No wonder so many nobles grow fat. With food like this, it's hard to put it down.
very good. I can appreciate the fineness. The meat is cut very beautifully, as well as it is clearly a well taken care of and well raised beast. The wine is perhaps not a vintage, but is of a good year.
Look at the way it's presented. So dutifully, beautifully presented as well. We took much time and effort to acquire it. Sometimes that has the effect of the food itself. See here. This cake is caramelized, glazed, delicious, delectable. Can you taste the spices in it?
Yes, I can taste almost every ingredient that is within it. They mix beautifully.
Good.
She does smile faintly as she takes another bite.
Mm-hmm. Blonde's basically trying to show her, yes, Miss Scientist, yes, there's a lot of ingredients, but you also need to enjoy the encompassing aspect of it as well.
She does briefly gesture to the ball as a whole,
Mhm.
though.
Mm-hmm.
I've always had a fondness for how the people of King's Landing have decorated their ballrooms into these 4 main chambers. The decorations, the music, the lighting, the sheets, the dresses. It is all so regal and beautiful. Their interior decorator is clearly one of the greatest in all the lands.
They take quite, and they're very passionate, I assure you. They do so with much gusto. Truth be told, each of these halls is in addition to the Grand Center. Each of them has a legacy all their own and was built with a certain feat in mind. It's a rare privilege to be in these halls. I myself, this is really the first time I've been in such these halls.
I see.
So when I
Might
heard you
lead
had been
for
there,
a moment?
what'd she say?
She asked if she could lead for a moment.
Yeah, please. Please.
So she guides you a little through the halls and into a small corner of this room,
Mm-hmm.
and she actually gestures upwards. Do you
Mhm.
see this arch here?
I do.
This arch is part of the older parts of this room. You can tell due to the slight discoloring in the stone there as it mixes into there. Yet this very old arch supports an incredible amount of weight upon this very room. Should that arch fail, then those 3 arches there would compensate. Should 2 arches fail on the same side, the ceiling would come down. But if 2 fail on either side, it would remain. Truly master craftsmanship. As she describes this, she has a more full smile
Mm-hmm.
and a strangely gentle look upon her face.
You have an eye for detail. I wasn't aware you knew so much about the architecture.
The architecture of King's Landing is what first drew my attention and inspiration to it. My first time upon the streets, I was mistaken for a foreign woman who had first stepped foot and was gobsmacked and in awe of all of the arches and beauty outside. A Templar came and asked me if I was lost. A knight asked to show me around as I was lost, and he would be more than happy to show me so I would not get lost again. I did not trust him, as it was so strange for one to approach me so quickly. But I took a gamble and allowed him to lead me through King's Landing itself a bit. And when I voiced an interest in how did you all accomplish such tall towers, he took great pride in describing more of it to me. And when I showed interest, he described more.
I see. So you've enjoyed architecture for this long. Why have you not mentioned this before?
It is not something that I get the privilege to talk about so candidly, very frequently. The crystals of my own home, for instance, I've taken painstaking details to make them the way that they are.
Of course. Dolan nods. I'm glad that you find architecture so impressive. Human beings have accomplished quite a lot, both from King's Landing to Renault, Isaac. Even in aspects of countries I'd not visited before, architecture speaks to the mind and it reveals a type of people and their capabilities, their style and effort. I'm glad at least you can see that. But tell me, based on what you've seen of King's Landing, what can you tell me of their architecture? What do you think of us as a people then?
King's Landing people are humble, kind, generous, heroic, and they have a dream and an inspiration for more future heroics. The architecture is beautiful and proud, as well as meant to showcase and pay homage to the divinities of around your realm, without coming across as overly showy or gaudy. They are tall and they are shining, but they are simple and sleek. They do not have excessive amounts of jewels or gold. Simply they shine, and when the sun shines upon them, it takes the normal reflective metal and shines it as brilliantly as a diamond. This tells me that the King's Landing men are simple folk who themselves shine bright, but in the presence of brightness, they shine brighter still.
I see. Your observations are very good. There might be hope for you yet, he says with a smile and begins walking.
I certainly hope so. I have quite a fondness for the architecture and the ways that your people have accomplished.
If that's the case, I know a couple of history books I could always acquire if you wish to read more about it. Then again, that might be a bit difficult considering you and your position.
I have been denied all access to the archives. I cannot even request that Darius allow me to. He has informed me that he is not allowed to either. I quite understand.
Yes. Unfortunately, your position holds you from it. But forgive me momentarily. I would enjoy speaking, but there is someone I have been meaning to speak with for some time. Would you like to accompany to them?
Yes, we might.
Please. And he's gonna make his way to the Lion's Mane.
Alright.
Try not to bore you with my courtly love.
So you lead Lady Margaret over, you walk arm in arm with her. As you approach the entourage, you see that Lord Roman simply continues to stare out. As you briefly approach, he gives you a small nod, and you see Arun give a nod as well. Lady Amaranthine puts down a wine glass and gives a nod.
Lady Margaret, so good to see you again. It is an excellent to make your acquaintance as well. I take it that the wine is appropriate? It is sweet as can be. I have a fondness for the sweeter things in life. Ah. It seems that I am the only miserly old woman here now, as you are young and with a man. I am simply being shepherded by Lord Delon here.
Delon nods. Lady Amaranth, an honor to meet you.
It is excellent to make your acquaintance as well.
Delon glances to her wine glass and says, "Have you had your fill? There's still plenty of food on the table."
Oh yes. I'm afraid that iron-rich meats and other denser foods do not sit well with my continence. They never really have. And even dense, rich cakes do not sit well either. But I have indulged a bit.
I see. I'm glad then you've gotten your fill. if you ever should need more, please don't hesitate. There's plenty.
I am well aware, and I appreciate your kindness.
Of course. That goes for you too, Lord. Is like a High Lord, Lord Reynolds.
I'm well aware that I could eat should that I be wishing to. I ate on the way in.
I see. And to you as well, he glances. I'm terribly sorry. He kind of looks to Arun. He's like,
Arun, Lion's Mane.
Sir, Lion's Mane. Ah, and where are my manners? I am Sir Delon Atsilius Gilame, at your service. He bows.
He actually gives you a regal bow back. Well met.
Well met indeed. Did you enjoy your sparring, your lordship?
It was an enjoyable endeavor. And a matter of principle.
As they often is. It was a duel of honor. The only ones that ever truly matter.
This we can agree with.
Of course. And are your ears still ringing?
For my ears to ring would mean that they were ringing. And I can assure you they were not. I hear clearly, and I did after the blast.
Good. I would hate for you to have any form of denser hearing for the later activities of tonight.
I will observe and enjoy the pleasant joy of the others here.
What my lord is trying to say is that he is not a good dancer, for he has 2 left feet.
Truly. Oh, it might be a bit difficult in full armor, but a man such as yourself should easily be able to maneuver quite delicately.
I can maneuver delicate situations quite well, I assure you. I simply have no desire to dance with any of the women here. None of them have caught my fancy.
Well, that's a certain shame. Even poor Lady Amaranthine.
Lady Amaranthine is an excellent counsel, but she is not my type.
Oh, it's quite alright. He is far too reserved and standoffish for mine. I enjoy a man who knows how to treat me well.
That being said, not heard of that. One doesn't have to be immediately to give a woman a fine dance. But alas, where's my manners as well? And he bows to the blade on his hilt. Greetings, Ashen Blade. Honored to make your acquaintance. He doesn't expect it to say anything back. He just does it.
Ashblade has no response, and Lord Reynolds just gives you a nod. Do not take it personally. Ashblade does not speak candidly.
Understood, and I wasn't expecting him to. But when one is in the presence of such a beautiful blade, you should be very well respect towards it.
Agreed.
That being said, Delon kind of glances over to Arun again. Do you want me to roll perception to recognize the symbol?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that roleplay wise, because that seems fair. It's up like a 13. Should be good enough.
Yeah, so there is a symbol that is upon 2 places on him.
Mm-hmm.
There is a symbol in basically the pin that is keeping his cloak on, as well as there is a symbol upon the pommel of his sword.
Delon kind of narrows his gaze for a moment and goes, forgive me, Sir Lion's Mane. That symbol, I've recognize it.
You do.
I believe I do. Delon approaches gingerly. If I may.
You may.
Delon gently approaches. Yes! He snaps his finger. Yes, that is the symbol of... And then he pauses, kind of glances, and goes, of a nation outside of the land of Canes. If I'm not mistaken.
Really? Please enlighten me.
Well, if I recall carefully, I believe that is the symbol of a nation was once called Sovereign.
I see. The blade was a gift. And this metal here connects my cloak. Was similarly a gift.
I see. That must be rare gifts indeed. I have studied quite a bit on Sovereign, and it is very rare to find any information on that.
Then
To
I'm
have
afraid you
pieces
have
of
me at
it.
a disadvantage, for you know more of its origin than I do.
Really?
Yes. They were given to me by a noble woman. She was quite kind, and she thanked me for a task that I saved her son with. She did not
That's
have
so-
much that she felt she could pay with, as she did not have much to her facilities. So she gave me this, and despite my insistence that she keep it, she insisted that I take it with me instead.
He's talking about the pendant that he holds,
Yes,
but not the sword.
not the sword.
Delon glances. I see. And the sword?
I am told it is an heirloom. Isn't this correct, Lord Roman? Yes. It was an heirloom upon my castle wall. It was in a room mounted. It has been there since before I took the reins of Lord. Rudin, when he was a small child, would not stop staring upon it. So I told the boy, you become paladin of worth. Someday I might let you wield that blade, just to prove yourself. And I made a point to prove myself. And the blade is mine.
I see. Must have been quite the honor to fight his lordship.
He is a brutally efficient instructor. And
So-
Rune is an excellent sparring match.
Ah. It's very polite of you, Sir Lionsbane. Is it good? Lionsbane. And I believe in Ronaldian terms, that would be equivalent to what you would refer to as an ass, correct?
Perhaps.
Indeed. And Delon laughs as well. Is there anything I can get either one of you? Some food, wine, such. I hope you're all having a wonderful time.
I am having as pleasant a time as one can have at one of these affairs. And I have no need of anything from a white dragonborn, thank you.
Is there something wrong being a white dragonborn?
Simply put, you are subservient to a dragon, that is all.
Subservient is not exactly the title I would give myself. While I do take orders from my lady, it's more of a condition that we understand each other. I do so voluntarily.
Indeed. All of my Dragonborn are free to leave should they wish to. And I do not give them overly taxing efforts. They are perfectly content to live their lives, so long as they fulfill certain obligations at certain times. No different than the positions that you put upon your own soldiers, my lord.
My soldiers enlisted because they wished to. They understood the honors and the pride that comes with it.
And my Dragonborn came to me. I did not come to them.
Strange for a man of King's Landing to make his way to become subservient to a dragon.
I think it's time we all have a drink, don't you?
Delon will actually go, "Yes, Lady Emery, I think that'd be best. Please, allow me to squire you to the table and get some for us and your lordship." Delon actually extends his hand out as if to take her.
Thank you kindly. I foresee
as he
great
does,
catastrophe upon this meeting if it continues the way it has, without some cheerful vibrations.
see, then we must hasten to do so. Delon does glance to Arun. Oh, and when I return, if you have any questions about Sovereign from what I've learned, please do not hesitate to ask. I'd be more than happy to speak to you. If that's in your interest.
Perhaps we can discuss it at another time.
And I will consider it tabled for now. And I will escort her, and you can move to someone else now, because I can see this is going to get fun.
Alrighty.
But Gildas has his fun with Fat Albert.
So Gildas,
Oh, hey, it's just like a small interview.
you could hear the conversation that Delon was having, by the way.
Oh yeah, I know. It's like, that's why I posted my little Trump gif. Just like, I'm listening in. See what happens. What?
I thought it was Trump nodding, so I thought you were saying that Reynolds was the Trump nodding, but it was I didn't
No.
actually see it move.
But yeah, no, like, the whole duel wasn't about Hana at all. The damn King's Landing.
Delon was saving face, you prick.
Lord Roman said it was a matter of principle, when Delon said it was a duel,
Yeah,
and
man.
honorable duels are the ones that mattered. He agreed,
It's just
but
a
that's
matter
not
of
what that duel was
perspective.
about.
though. It's a
Delon
matter of
came.
perspective.
Delon came in, understood that it was more complicated than that, but he tried to smooth things over.
Oh, I
with that
know, I
line.
know. I'll just correct your character later, it's all. Nah. But yeah, let's go.
Alrighty.
So yeah, after, drinking a nice glass of wine, because, let's say after the duel, I couldn't really stand up straight for a bit. Just needed to compensate on the left side, I'll get up to having my fun listening in. And go to the next room up with the old man.
Alright. So you make your way over. As you arrive, you see Yorm give you a nod. Oh, Gildas, come on over!
Hi, Yorm. Well, that was my intention, so if you would have me.
Would I have you? Well, I would. What about you, Albert? Kinda know we're gonna have him? I don't think he's got enough meat on his bones for us to eat him. Think Maria wouldn't have enough to work with. It's a shame. Let's fatten him up then. Get some nice grain in his belly. And Yorm hands you a glass of ale.
Come now, Yorm. You know I'd rather be eaten by women rather than two old dwarves like you two.
Oh, I'm well aware. But you gotta be careful about them women. Ravenous, starving beasts they are.
And, if you find one that's just all skin and bones, then that's the perfect opportunity. But how have you been? Enjoying yourselves? Well, judging the sound I heard making my way to the dining room, I reckon you did.
Oh yeah. I went over and saw Albert and, naturally, he knocked my block off. Damn straight. And you're lucky I didn't use Frelhammer for it. Look, I already had my nose broken once this year. Don't need it broken again. Might be permanently crooked if that's the case. No, Maria wouldn't forgive me if I broke your nose and made it crooked. Steal the opportunity from her, you see.
Even if that is so, just simply punch on the other side and put it right back in. That's how it works.
That's a good point.
But,
Very good point. Thank you.
but
Come here, Yom. Let me hit the other side. So long as you're willing to get it right back, that's all right. Let's go. Well, I'll let you off the hook this time. Next time, though, hitting you twice. Fair is fair, Albert.
But Lord Grocaster, it is an honor to be invited personally to your estate. It's not something I expected tonight.
Nonsense. I've been hearing a lot about you lot, traveling around and performing heroics, solving problems this way and that. I've good authority that you were partially responsible for that bandit problem getting cleared up in Nebulum, and I might have heard that something about a mountain pass got cleared, and you lot were seen in Asterium shortly after.
I might have something to do with that, indeed. Although, you know, rumors and all that.
Ah, dirty things. I know. Sometimes they're pretty interesting. And I mean, if them rumors are anything to be true, well, these are the kinds of men I want at my table.
And I should be honored to have, well, to be present.
I better be. Maria's a damn good cook.
But there was something I wanted to ask of you. If you were willing to hear me out.
Go ahead and ask it. If you're stepping on any toes, I'll be sure to yell extra loud so you know.
That's good to know then. But yes, as you may have heard, considering it borders your own territory, I have a tribe, the Land of Monsters, and the tribe is also part of. Well, they're all essentially Bridget's followers. Now, I have heard from her directly that there is a temple in Gloucester that has long since been abandoned. Now, I have been tasked with cleansing this place of whatever is befouling it. And well, I do hope that Yom over there will help me with that. But once this matter is done, the temple will still be in its pitiful state. And so I was thinking of requesting you that I be able to send some of my tribesmen on a missionary expedition to restore the temple.
Restoring a temple in Gloucester?
Indeed.
Sounds like a right noble endeavor. Tell you what. You clean it up, you fix whatever problem your lady has sent you in there for, then you can come back to me. And you tell me what happened in there, everything that's going on, and then after that, I'll probably agree and let you clean up the place, as I know the temple you're talking about, and I've been trying to hopefully find some clergy of Bridget to clean it up, but because I don't want to step on any of Bridget's toes, you know? So if you're willing to do that, I might be willing to send a bit of extra stones or sort of like to your way, you know?
Then, when the time comes, I'll be grateful to you. Thank you.
Think nothing of it. You're fixing up a temple in Gloucester, temple of your lady. It's a right noble affair. And honestly, it would be rude of me not to assist a lady as herself in helping out her own temple.
Right. Just be sure that... Well, just be sure to tell your... whoever's patrolling the border that if they ever come across a group of goblin coming into your lands, that...
As long as
The
you give
part
me
of-
some sort of symbol that they might have with them to show that they're in your allegiance, should be fine. Gloucester's borders are open for all to come through as long as they're not of the treacherous or nefarious types. The good folk, they're allowed in Gloucester.
So
Just like the old days.
I'll pull out my handkerchief, like show it to him, like briefly, and say, I'll be sure to order them to make a few more banners.
He nods. Right. I'll make sure that some people reckon will be on the lookout for the banners then, when the time comes.
Then, seeing as like he's right nearby, we'll simply turn and say, "You see, Roderick, it has been a while. I do hope you're
Indeed it
doing well."
has. I am doing well, actually. Unfortunately, I have not been able to get up to as many altercations as I had hoped, as Regent Giolio has been keeping me on a short leash as of late. But my wife and my family have been quite enjoyed, actually, overjoyed by the fact that I have been home for some of these last months.
Ah, well, look at yourself. You're getting it on the age, on the years. It's a nice thing to just sit back and relax sometimes. You know, let the young folks like us handle the problems.
Yes, sometimes it can be. However, there is an old saying amongst Templars in King's Landing. Be wary of every time you return home for extended times. For if you spend too much time back at home, you'll find that it grows harder to carry your sword the next day.
Well then, if such a day arrives that you cannot carry your sword anymore, then perhaps it might be time to teach others to carry it in your stead.
Perhaps. See Lord Frederick come over? There is another saying in King's Landing as well. Do not forget or neglect the home while you are performing your heroic duties. For if you are away too long, you might forget the reason you are performing such heroisms. And if you forget the reason for you are performing them, your heroisms will become aimless and cease to be heroic. Right. Healthy balance is needed. Exactly. Balancing one's affairs at home with one's affairs in business is the recipe for a happy and content life. See Lord Albert extend kind of wave a hand briefly in Frederick's direction. You're giving life advice for free now, Lord Frederick. Here, I've been paying for it. Well, you know how it is. Sometimes you have to give people some free samples so that they want to continue with the business in the future. First one's free, additional visitations cost a fee. Oh, so you got me hooked, you bastard.
Though sometimes you find some people abusing those free samples.
Those who oversample the free wine that is meant for the holy affairs should be punished.
Indeed. But another subject, though. Well, as it has been almost a year now since we last saw each other, I believe. Would you believe that our orc sorcerer has been found again?
Is that so?
Right. Well, rumor has it that he might be the very same temple I was talking about earlier.
I see. Well then, I apologize that I cannot join you on that endeavor, as I must remain near the Regent for a while longer.
I understand, but considering if you're involved, King's Landing isn't. Would you like me to do something for you?
Perhaps. Depends on what it is.
Well, if you want me to bring him back here as a prisoner, potentially do that.
I think that would be wise to allow him to atone for his crimes, as well as investigate him more thoroughly.
This is an orcish wizard. That's no small feat for that sort of people.
It isn't, no, but are you getting that, Lord Frederick? You know what Dame Nebel is?
He seems to think that you said our orcish wizard, quite literally.
Well, I mean, we'll say. I'll say wizard, sorcerer as well. Be more accurate to say necromancer. Really?
An
What did this
orcish
do?
necromancer. Even more miraculous. To think that an orc could even reach the mental understanding of the facets of life and death.
Man, anyone can reach that, given enough time. And will.
I would not personally put orcs upon the pedestal high enough to even contemplate that before their untimely demise.
Perhaps.
Come now, Frederick. There's folks that can come from all walks of life that could come to such understandings. There are exceptional advantages to all sorts of people.
Sissy, yeah, Frederick's like elvish looking, right?
He looks like it. He's known as a
Right.
Dampier, I believe.
Whatever, like, Dampier is just like a race that just died. Like, whatever. He's an elf. I don't care no shit about no Dampier. So, I'll just say, yes. I mean, orc wizards, orc necromancers, what have you, are just about as commonplace as elven barbarians, correct? So really, what does it matter?
One is a bit more impressive than the other. An elvish barbarian is just a fool who's cast aside his mental faculties to lose himself in rage and his baser emotions. But to become a necromancer means that you understand the fabrics of life and death, and know how to weave them, and manipulate such fabrics.
So from what I remember, it was mostly about slimes. I think that was that's why I think that's what it was. It's like, well, at least with the one book that was salvaged was about slimes.
And one book that was salvaged was what?
Was about slimes or whatever. Like
He did
oozes.
have lots of books on slimes, yes.
Yeah, well. I do hope he improved on his craft a bit, though. I doubt. Well, if he's still as he was a year ago, I doubt he'll be a real challenge.
An
But
admirable trait. To wish for your opponent to have bettered themselves before you eventually and ultimately take them down to dispose of them.
if I just have the feelings like, yeah, you know, we got like a nice group of friends. You got that one stranger. She just goes around like spout bullshit. It's like, okay, like, how many hits do you do? Well, I guess it's kind of looking at Frederick like, you know. But I mean, actually, whatever. Like, whether he's there or not, like, doesn't have like much to say anyway to what Alban and all. So I'll just look at him, like, Chris change the subject and say, well, I would like to stay with you lot a lot. I do have a person of a renowned family to learn about. So I shall leave you all and perhaps rejoin you later in the night.
You're welcome to play cards with us later this evening if you want. I'm hoping to get Sir Roderick and Yo-Yo over here to sit down with us. And I would invite Frederick, but I can't read a damn emotion on his face. That's basically cheating. In a game all about reading people.
I'm afraid that I am not allowed at poker tables this evening, as the Lord of Asturian has not allowed me to have much pocket change, and I do have to spend it at a hotel later this evening.
Everything should be dying down after, well, the ball itself. So I think I'll take you up on your offer then.
Sounds good. We'll come calling at a certain hour. Now, Sir
Till then.
Roderick, you're gonna join us, aren't you? Yeah, come on, Roderick. Like, loosen up and have some fun. You ain't Templar no more. You can play some poker with us. That may be, but I am still a holy man. What about you, Regent? You can show, won't you? Yeah, come on. Show us how it's done. Show us the wisdom of the dragon.
I attempt to enter the death room. One
The
room I
death
didn't
room.
want to enter, but I have no choice.
So as you go over that way, I'll move
Then
over
I
to someone
suppose
else.
after that it's gonna be right there for the main event.
It's alright.
But yeah,
Shall I go back to Bub briefly? Or should I go to Delon again?
I can go where someone else is. I definitely want to talk to the king of Asterium at some point.
Why don't you do
but,
so now?
I feel like that's gonna be a big deal.
Eh?
I don't know. Remy already talked to a bunch of people. Did you
Yeah.
talk? Is the King of Assyrium even gonna talk to you though?
I mean, I might talk to the King of Asterium. The next person I'm going to talk to is the Lord of Nebulum because I've never met him before.
Well, I'm interested in that too.
Yeah, whatever. Come along. I mean,
me my
eventually
MO.
I'm going to have to talk to Lord Gilbert to talk to Lady Eleanor to offer her a dance, or she's going to come and find me. I mean, either way, she's going to dance with both Gildas and myself. So
All right.
whatever.
You want to do the Nebulum Lord, and then we can do Lord Gable. Just
Sure. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
cool. Okay.
Alrighty. So I'll move back to Delon, I guess.
Mhm.
So Delon, you move over with Lady Amaranthine briefly, and
Mhm.
as you get a drink with her, and she helps get a drink for the others over there, she briefly gives you a small nodding of her head.
Mhm.
Apologies again for his lordship's bluntness.
Delon nods. As I said, it's fine. As the Alliance Mane put it quite clearly, he's an ass.
But there is a good quality in asses, isn't there? For you see, they are excellent workhorses, and they plough fields. They bear the burdens of others. They pull carts. They have strong backs that carry many pounds.
Lady Amaranthine, if I'm being completely honest, in my journeys I've long discovered this now fact that just because someone is an individual does not mean they don't have certain redeeming qualities. I am well aware that he does. He would not be able to wield the Ashen Blade if he did not. He's a righteous man.
You would be surprised how many forget the qualifications of such. Simply because he is a bit rough around the edges.
I try not to, but I thank you for the information. What we shared today, and as for yourself, I've been meaning to do this, and I hope you understand humbly. The scars upon you, we have excellent healers here. If you would like, I could speak to perhaps a few clerics I know. They might be able to do something for that.
I appreciate the effort, but there is no need. You see, the burn marks are a bit of a reminder of myself, you see. I am a stubborn woman, you see, and such scarrings, they remind me of things of the past. And while I could do away with them, I feel like a part of me would go with them. Besides,
that
they are
is-
such an excellent conversation piece.
I understand. But please, if you ever do change your mind, do not hesitate to come to King's Landing's borders. I'm sure we'll be more than happy to help aid you.
You are quite kind to offer. Lord Roman has considered such things as well, but it is a wasted effort on an old woman like myself.
She's not that old. She's like 30, right?
Yeah, she's only like 30-ish.
Yeah, Delon actually shakes his head at that. He's like, oh, Boulder Dash. It's complete fool of it. You're no older than 30. You're practically, he's like, no older than 30.
Well,
Has
But
had
I
this,
am well past my prime.
Talon has had this dialogue many times already.
Mm-hmm. Hardly. He's like, old by a certain perspective. You're still a woman of your class and style. And you are Lady Amaranthine, an oracle to the Lord Reynolds. You are, I assure you, worth the effort.
Perhaps there is a man who could see it as you do, who is not already spoken for.
I'm sure they're out there. I assure you. One needs to just look in the right direction. Now I believe we've been out long enough.
Indeed, let us return before Lord Roman does something drastic, and your lady might reveal a sharper hand than she wishes to.
Indeed. I guess we'll return then.
As you return, you see that Lady
Mhm.
Margaret has one hand on her hip and is
Uh-oh.
pointing a finger in his direction.
Uh-oh.
I would not take such things lightly. It is why would you say such a thing to myself? Would you say it to any other lady here? Or would you just say it to me?
I would give anyone the same courtesy that I have given you and speak honestly.
Oh, truly? Then you would say such a thing to any fair maiden here. You are barbaric.
Dulan returns, kind of confused. What is the matter?
Nothing is the matter. I simply said that she is so bad at being a delicate woman. She doesn't have the heart for it. Just quit playing human and go back to being a dragon.
Dulan shakes his head. There were better ways of stating such a statement, your lordship. Izika. And Dulan turns to it. Take no offense to it, Lady Margaret. He speaks truthfully on every aspect. He's not a and to add, he's not a barbarian. He's an ass. There's a difference.
Shit.
Come now, do you have any other more creative insults, or is this the most you can do?
Oh, I have not begun, your lordship. If you wish for me to be completely earnest, I would be more than happy to do so.
Come now, let me have it.
Ah, very well, if that is your point. You are an ego-driven asshole who derives complete joy and heresy knowing that you can be blunt at any moment and any time. Your wherewithal is more not an understanding, but an overstatement, because you overcompensate. That's why overcompensate in every situation, because you wish to protect yourself. In that measure, you are Renolian true and true. Snip and sharp as a blade, your tongue filed down to a clear shine and blading cut. But when it comes to the actual motion and protocols, you wilt up like a cold fish on an open floor. And we're King's Landing men. Open, hot on the sleeve, wonderfully dutifully found. But when it comes to combat, we're nothing but flute-flaring individuals who our feathers poke out everywhere. We don't know how to fight because we don't know the true meaning of honor. Please. We're men of positions, of action. But at least one of us knows tact. And the other just feels it's not necessary.
So there are men in King's Landing who still have some spine left.
More than you'd like to think.
They make themselves so scarce in my presence.
They like to avoid diplomatic measures. But I've spent some time with a Renoldian, and he has taught me some things.
There are many things that people can learn from Renaldians.
And there's many things you can learn from us, your lordship. Here. I figured you might like this type of wine. If you don't want it, that's fine. I'm going to place it to your side. But I think you'd like to partake. And for you, Sir Lion's Mane. I tried to find something that would meet your taste.
I appreciate it, but I will not be drinking this evening.
Completely understandable. Should you change your mind, it will be here.
I appreciate that as well. The kindness will
And
be
as I-
remembered.
Of course. And as I said, my offer still stands. Should you ever be interested, I would be more than happy to speak with someone, and learn more of yours as well. The more we speak and interact with one another, the more we learn of each other. And the more we're unafraid to speak on the negative aspects of one another, the more they cease being negatives and just being aspects. Now, Lady Margaret, I think we have occupied their time well enough. There is someone I wish to speak with as well. Would you wish to accompany me?
I have had enough of a rooster strutting about.
Couldn't even
Unless-
muster the word cockatrice. Had to say rooster, didn't you?
Come now,
It was
a cockatrice can turn a man to stone with but a gaze. You don't have such an ability.
Talon nods. Come, let us go.
So Lady Margaret lets you lead her away, and once you're down in a hallway moving between rooms, you just hear her briefly exhale.
Mm-hmm.
He still gets under my skin.
I think he knows that.
He reminds me of someone else.
Does he?
Yes. The red.
I can see that then. Yes, an individual who has a lot of ego, pride, and ability. But you know what? But as I said, don't let him get under your skin. Please do not let his comments get under your skin. He knows they will rile you up.
I understand. It's just I am not merely playing human.
Talon actually pauses as they enter the next hall, just briefly, and he looks to her. My lady, do not worry on such comments. I understand you mean more to understand humans. My assumption was that you had understand quite a bit, and you do, but there are more things for you to learn, and I am delighted that you wish to know such efforts.
Humans have done much more in their time here than I think my other siblings wish to ever acknowledge. The Blue appreciates any of your magical abilities, your accomplishments from a scientific standpoint. But humans have so much more to offer to that side of things. Had he simply interacted with his peers at the Bard College during his tenure, perhaps he would have learned this.
The Great Blue Dragon has a different way of thinking, but he is closest to understanding certain aspects. I promise you, my lady, you're on the right path. You just need to allow certain moments to sit a bit more. And perhaps tonight will be the first of many of you learning just a bit more of what it means to be truly human, so that you will no longer be playing, as he puts it, but you will be as close as can be.
Perhaps.
With that said, put his mind away and let's continue. There is someone I wish to speak with that I have not met before.
From bad to worse, then. At least we're saving the pleasant company for later.
Of course. And I'll make my way.
Do enjoy the bad news first, after all.
Yes. And I wish to get a gauge on this one. The Lord Renault I can understand to a certain extent. The next Lord, I have no idea who's going to be. So yeah, I'm gonna show up.
Alrighty.
Time to talk to Lord Smith Snake.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
You
Joy
arrive,
LaForge.
You arrive in this room here. You can see that you are barely down, like poking out of the hallway, and you see Lord Vosterian give you a nod.
Damn. Delon glances and nods back. And makes his way over. Oh, and I guess he sees Bub, right?
You do see Bub
I'm
there.
around.
If you want to interact, you probably might want to. Alright, but Delon's just going to make his way to Lord Nebulum.
Yeah,
You
I'm
also
just
see
gonna.
you also see Darius give you a small nod. That's it.
Delon nods as well.
So as you approach the stairs to make your way to the Lord of Nebulum, he simply gives you a bit of a grin. So I am the third that you choose to meet, then. Curious. No, the one to have chosen you first. You didn't have quite a choice in the matter, now did you?
No. But it was kind for me to meet him all the same.
And Lady
So kind to have made your acquaintance once more. You are as radiant and virtuous as ever. He takes her hand and gives it a kiss. Thank you. It is very nice to make your acquaintance once more. You seem to be especially vibrant this evening. Did you have an excellent rest on your way here? Yes. I usually find myself so lethargic when I'm in King's Landing, but this evening, I can't help it. I'm so energetic.
Bless you. It's
Listen.
alright, Ev. You can smell bullshit. Delon nods at him. Where are my manners? I am, Sir Delon Asilius Gilame, at your acquaintance, sir.
Nice to meet you. And of course, it was very nice to have met your family on the way in.
Alright, Delon, narrows. Pardon?
Oh, I was traveling through the countryside, you see, making my way. I decided to take the scenic route. I briefly stopped in and met your little brother. He was quite surprised that I decided to show up at his home. For why would the Lord of Nebulum arrive so briefly, just to stay there for an evening?
What?
Delon's eyes narrow.
That's fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, you're like... Yes, that is quite unusual. We're not that high in the nobility chain. No disrespect. We are minor lords.
Frederick told you that I was to send you and your family my regards, didn't he?
Yes, a letter perhaps. I don't think we expected your personal visage.
Nonsense. All of my business must be handled personally. For who else is competent enough to successfully operate in such a fashion?
That's the right way to do it. Bubba's just there.
Ah, yes. Young Sir Bob.
Hello. I just looking up him, pretty all right. Bub's happy.
Delon glances. He's just holding Crest Cutter just in his hand.
Oh, it's just in his hand, unsheathed, resting on his shoulder,
Cool.
just like his
Delon-
token.
Delon nods, glances to the weapon, and goes, "And well met, Crest Cutter. Honored to meet you."
You hear a voice in your head.
Good evening. Your blood would be quite pleasant upon my blade. But you're not the one that I wish to sever this evening.
Delon just blinks.
What?
Delon blinks and just goes, That's new."
Come now, Crestcutter. There's no need for you to taste anyone's blood this evening. We can wait until we get home.
He says
never
that
met-
aloud.
Yeah. So Bub's I never met somebody who could talk to swords before. I could talk to trees and animals, but swords, that's a new one.
There is an old legend among the highest of forge masters in the land. The legend goes that there are some forge masters so skilled in their craft that they can speak with any blade, any instrument of a bladed kind, or even a mace, an armor. If it was forged once, you could bring it to them, and they say that they could hear and learn the stories that item had to tell.
Wow. That sounds like hard work.
Delon nods. Yes. Certain forge masters have created blades of supreme beauty and infamy. crest cutter is unique in its place in weapon history, divine weapons. It was made to kill liches. As such, it was a very interesting creation.
I see you are very well educated. This is good. To educate oneself is a very valuable trait.
Indeed. Again, remind me, what... You said my family's regards. You stayed for a day or so?
One evening, I was gone in the morning.
I hope the stay was pleasant then.
Oh, very pleasant. Your eldest brother and his wife treated me to a nice evening dinner, and they asked if I wished for anything else, and I told them no. Frederick stayed out in the evening with him for a little longer, and as I retired to the room that they had reserved for me. Come morning,
Lord Friedrich.
I was first in the carriage to leave, for we were on a tight schedule.
Course, well, you then honor my family by your presence. We thank you for that.
You're quite welcome. It's good that you appreciate that I decided to stop in and choose your family of all families to rest in for an evening.
Yes. It's very curious that you would indeed.
Do not think too heavily upon it. I am an impulsive man.
Perhaps.
Your family home just looked pleasant, and I had grown tired of the carriage ride.
See. Are you enjoying this evening's festivities?
Oh yes, I do enjoy watching the chickens in the chicken coop moving around. You see, I am a fox, and I'm not supposed to be here in the farmer's chicken coop.
Perhaps. You are Lord of Nebulum, however. This meeting could never take course without you.
Alas, I was not wanting to attend. What happens in King's Landing outside of Nebulum is of no concern to me. But when I heard the reason for it, well, I simply couldn't say no.
Indeed.
Well, that's understandable. Caring for a chicken coop is tricky work. Chickens are very temperamental.
They are?
Oh, indeed they are. Isn't that right, Lady Margaret? Perhaps.
Delon kind of glances a bit and glances back at Lady Belladonna and Lord Berkali. Your entourage is interesting. Forgive me, I may have not heard of them. I do not know the gentleman in the top hat, but I believe they recall hearing of the Felren family.
One of the established families of Nebulum. A pedigree, really. Pedigrees are so valuable to have in a country.
Indeed. Her movements show otherwise, that it's not just pedigree, however.
Have you been watching her closely? Careful if you watch her sachet too much. She might have you hypnotized and under her snakely spell.
Hardly. With all due respect, as beautiful as she is, her movements beguile a much different characterization. She is either a remarkable dancer, or more likely, an extremely talented swordsman. Like recognizes like, I suppose. But I think it's a bit of both.
I can assure you that I have personally evaluated both her dancing as well as her swordsmanship. She is a delight.
I see. Best be careful, Lord Nebulum. those words could be taken quite differently in certain circumstances.
I'm sure that they could be. Now here's the really interesting question that I have for you. Do I mean them in those other circumstances? Or do I simply mean exactly as I say?
You did say your decisions were on whims. I assume that includes your affections.
He gives a shit-eating grin.
As I thought.
So Bub's just like looking at this and like he's kind of fascinated with how this guy communicates.
Mm-hmm. This guy speaks like 2-3 tongues. I thought
Yeah,
snakes
so
had
Bub's
words.
like, that's an interesting one. I'm gonna take that under advisement.
And the gentleman with the top hat?
Lord Brucale comes from nothing, but he has made something out of nothing. Which, as we all know, as students of magic, to create something from nothing is a feat in and of itself, worthy of praise and accomplishment and praise, as well as more praise, and a certain amount of liberties.
He's very substantial, like broccoli.
I'd be very careful of saying that in front of his presence if I were you.
But I already said that in his presence.
And you managed to walk away with your top hat uncrushed.
Well, he is a man who appreciates the top hat.
True. Perhaps he wouldn't have crushed your top hat and simply liberated it from you.
Why'd he do that?
Let's see. If I may, your lordship, what do you hope to gain this evening?
Absolutely nothing.
So, interesting. Then, why arrive?
To maintain the status quo. I have no
To launch.
interest in what is going to be happening. I have no interest in allegiances, no interest in tumultuous times for Canes. Tumultuous times for Canes are good for Nebula. I have no interest in success for Canes. Success for Canes is good for Nebula. All I care about, though, the current talks tonight. Shall let you in on a secret.
Well, it is to your whim, sir.
He briefly makes eye contact with Darius, who narrows his gaze.
Yes, I think I will do so. Tonight they're discussing the throne. And I mean to maintain the status quo.
See.
We have no
Alright.
need for a king of kings.
Either you're very misinformed about some situation, or it's far more, or Nebulum is in more dire straits than I thought.
Nebulum is in a state of prosper, greater than it's been in some generations. Though what prospers in Nebulum would seem disaster for the rest of Canes. Are you saying that Nebulum's success is bad for Canes? No, my lady. I'm saying that what is a success in Nebulum would never be a success outside of Nebulum. But what is a success outside of Nebulum would never be a success in Nebulum.
Bob looks totally confused.
Delan kind of nods to himself as if he's kind of slowly getting it. Do you want me to roll insight?
You could if you wanted.
I mean, it's up to you. I don't.
Guidance.
Okay,
My guidance is, my insight's really good. It's +10,
sure.
but I'm lying down and don't want to get up.
That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. I'll just roll a d4. It doesn't matter.
Oh, very nice.
Marshall,
Oh, crit. Never. Okay.
add guidance.
Add guidance. D4. 27.
Oh, casting magic in the royal chamber.
Cantrip. It's fine.
I got my license.
I'd be careful with that if I were you. See, there's a Templar precisely there, and there. Half the Templars that he pointed out, Bub, you don't even see.
Oh, that's cool.
Whoa. Their armor blends into the walls. They
Well, I
painted
wouldn't
their
see
armor.
that. But
Yeah. But yeah,
How's
so
their
I'm rolling
Octo
insight.
Camo on?
I was rolling insight to be basically kind of put the pieces together who I think the Lord of Nebulum is, basically from the conversation. And I think I get it. I get who he is now as a man. Or at least an idea.
Alright.
At least I'm assuming.
So
That's
what
the
do you
attempt.
what does Delon think he is currently?
So Delon, based on what I think, again, the insights to correct me are wrong. He is a man who lives on his whim, quote unquote, but it's complete utter bullshit. It is there. The whim is the surprise for him, but truth be told, no, he's really, really smart, and he chooses to have this situation going. He just uses the whim so people underestimate him. It's a part of his personality of the whim and the surprise, and that makes things interesting. But he understands status quo. He understands the game so well. Basically, he understands the game so well, it's as if he's not playing the game at all.
You're
Well,
spot on.
yeah, he's like super double speaking though, but I think
Yeah.
he's intentionally doing it in a way to
Yeah.
intimidate you as well.
Yeah. And Delon just kind of blinks as if almost if he wakes up from a ruse. And Delon kind of gives a soft chuckle. I get it. I see. I understand now. I think I understand now.
You understand, do you?
I do. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. You don't care. You said it yourself. You don't care about being here. Is that not right, sir?
It's not exactly my chosen location for entertainment.
But you're here for the status quo. Yes?
He gives you a nod.
That's why you're here. It's not that you don't know the game, it's that you know it so well, you could do it in your sleep. You speak in 2 tongues at once. You bring an entourage, a man who came from nothing, because you like it, and you like the potential, and then you bring Lady Belladonna, because you are impressed by her abilities. Both are also in a whim, because it's your personality. You are possibly the most expert I've ever met in the game of social games I've ever met. It's a very humbling experience. Thank you.
Oh, to be thanked by a man of King's Landing as a Nebulese cur.
Wow.
Mm.
Bub just
Yeah.
says, rare to see Delon compliment somebody on what he's good at.
Delon shakes his head. You are many things, your lordship, but you are no cur. You are as your many titles. You are properly engaged and poised at all times. So well, you can afford to be comfortable.
Oh, that's cool. That's too cool.
There's like a gleam from Delon with there's a level of respect that the Lord of Nebulum has earned from Delon, and also a bit of fear. Okay, I understand now. I get why you're so dangerous now. Why my instincts were going crazy. put the pieces together.
Needless to say,
Mm-hmm.
if I wanted to cause trouble for Canes, no one would have known until it was too late.
I'm afraid you're right. The real question, though, however, is at the end of all of this, what does Nebulum prosper from? It's not the fact that will Nebules prosper. Nebulum has, but how and why it's prospering. That's the real question, isn't it, Your Lordship?
To find out the answers to things, you can't simply always look at the surface. Sometimes it's more important to look past the man that you feel is the one calling all of the shots, to the one telling him what to do.
That's really bad, because I'm just thinking how there's all that darkness, and then just like,
Yeah.
is it the Black Dragon behind Nebula?
We'll see.
Yeah,
Delon.
so I'm gonna be like, I think it's good for a country to prosper, but that doesn't matter sometimes when it comes to the grand scheme. Sometimes a grand threat can be looming, and if you don't come to meet the grand threat, then everything falls apart.
Indeed. Sometimes certain sacrifices must be made. Sometimes something can be succeeding exponentially, but you must cut away some of the fat. Too much success breeds complacency. Complacency creates excess and gluttony. And that creates a fat, complacent, and incompetent upper echelon. So
You have to
sometimes
keep
the fat must
working.
be trimmed.
Mhm.
If you trim the fat, it's similar to pruning a plant so that it might continue to thrive. Or, as one of your peers once told me, to burn some of the land so that it might grow brighter after.
I'm gonna roll history on that
You
because
may.
it seems oddly specific.
Guidance.
26, baby, plus 4 is 29.
Alright. So, the druid that used to be in Asterium was a wildfire druid.
Cool.
Delon knows more about Asterium history than I do.
Yeah, makes sense.
Delon nods. You're referring to the Asterium druid.
Oh,
I had many conversations with him, yes.
Yes, Sir Bub, that was the druid before yourself.
I think I need to learn more about him then, because I'm about to fill his shoes.
Right. I actually don't. Do I know what happened to the Asterium druid? I just know he disappeared.
He disappeared, shortly after the Dragon War. So Asterium
Delon.
has been without a druid for a while.
Dang. Okay, that's a
Delon
long
nods
time.
while glancing at Bub. It's why when we encountered you as a druid, I was so happy to have you, especially for Asterium, no doubt. The last Asterium druid has been gone missing since the end of the Dragon War.
An unfortunate
Bub-
circumstance, yes.
So Bub thinks about it for a second and says, well, supposedly there's less of a need, air quotes, for druids, but it's strange that we didn't have a druid for so long. I don't think I did anything special.
No. You didn't do anything special yet. For you see, you are a druid soon to become the druid of Asterium. This means you were special when you were created.
Would I know that the blue dragon specially created me? Or
It's likely that you were made like all the other kobolds and you kind of were an exceptional hatch kind of a thing.
yeah, so Bub says, I think Bub is not that different from other kobolds, at least in the beginning. I kind of ran into it.
Yes, but did your peers also run into it? No. This means you found yourself in this position. You had, in a sense, were predisposed to it. So you were different from your peers. You are rather intelligent and resourceful for a kobold, are you not?
Of course. We are made to be intelligent and resourceful.
And if you are more resourceful and intelligent than your peers, then this means you are of especially good breeding then.
Well, it means that I work a lot harder. So, my gifts, as you would put it, can flourish, and so you get more opportunity.
Indeed, there is no point in being a prodigy if you do not put the effort in to use such a prodigal gift. Squandering one's abilities. Now that is a crime worth dying over.
It's the worst thing possible.
We are in agreement then.
So Bub just thinks about it and says, well, I see why you're the leader. You're very smart. Sometimes leaders are very, fat and lazy.
Oh, believe me, before I rose to power in Nebulum, I carved a path of fat and laziness. When I was finished, there wasn't a fat or lazy man left in Nebulum.
Delon's like genuinely terrified of this guy.
Yeah, I know. He's actually pretty awesome. I love how Bub like can get along with like megalomaniacs and stuff. I'm just so tickled by it. So
he
Bub's
gets along
gonna
though because he
say-
doesn't understand.
Yeah, Bub's gonna say, let's say there's a big, large, looming threat. How would you deal with it?
Well, first, I'd need more information than just a big, large, looming threat.
Well, you see, there's a great threat that is coming towards the land of Canes. I guess I'll just tell him about the miasma
Sure.
and how there was something like that 1,000 years ago.
5,000.
And we found some of this corruption in different places and what the corruption does. And I've been warning very powerful and capable people about the problem and making sure that we're ready to marshal forces for when it comes. Because if this threat isn't handled properly, then no other problem will matter.
I see. Then I guess my first question is this. Why are you eradicating such a blight if it augments those that it affects to such a powerful degree? Why not utilize such a strength against your foe?
It is against my purpose as a druid of nature to augment something that goes against it.
That's
Such
fairly accurate.
constraints are such annoyances.
Further, this is not something that can be controlled. Bub thinks about, he says, it's kind of like a disease, except this disease has,
Intellect.
yes, that's the best way to put it, intellect.
It can
Some
think.
diseases make one stronger. They can increase one's immune system. If you survive one plague, for instance, depending on how well you take to it, you might never be sick again.
That's understandable, but we do not understand the mechanism of whatever this is.
Well, that's your first mistake. You don't understand what you're fighting. Perhaps if you understood it, there could be some manner of whether you should be fighting it or using it. People outside of Nebulum consistently think in such transparent, simple means. It's good, it's bad. If it's bad, it must be put a stop to. If it's good, it must be continued. But what's good for one person or one society may not be good for another. Realistically, it's subjective.
Well, I understand your way of thinking, but I think nature itself and the gods I've spoken to about it are of greater wisdom and intellect than myself. I think it would be wise to heed their warnings.
Indeed. But what is the extent of their warnings? It's merely that it is dangerous.
Not just that. We've seen some effects of it. All the effects that we've seen on that aspect, if we're speaking on such a subject, has caused irrevocable damage to the individual. And say, in some insane cockamamie manner, we were able to control or make broker a deal with this disease, this blight. We have no idea what that would cause, how much it would irrevocably change every aspect. But what I've seen is it takes the mind. What's the point of adjusting whatever adjustments if the mind is not contained, if it no longer has freedom of thought?
Allow me to offer another hypothetical.
Please.
Have you considered what it wants at all? Or are you simply so afraid of what it could want that you don't even wish to try to look into it? And on top of that, say that, hypothetically, you could create a way to control or work with such a thing. Would not that create a much more powerful tool to be used later? One that could be used, say, for all of Cain's.
With all due respect to your lordship, I would be more than happy to learn more about this subject. In fact, I have been trying to look into it. I have made my attempts. If there were a way and a manner to speak with it directly, to understand it, I would be more than happy to understand it. I am not of some of my brothers akin who believes that something is radially destroyed. I have learned much over my time. Just because someone does certain acts in evil does not make them completely wholly reprehensible. There are redeeming qualities. I understand that nature, and I'd be more than happy to know it. But I do not know it, and I have not been able to find its answers. And I've made my attempts many times, and and every time, at least from what we've seen, it has not either been able to vocalize itself, or used actions that have egregiously tried to use violence. I understand your theory, and I welcome the conversation, and I welcome the other constraints, but we're poorly limited.
Yeah, so Bob's
you
gonna
are merely
say,
you've been interacting with worker ants and soldier ants, and you should instead focus your attention upon the queen.
Should we even find it?
isn't the black dragon male?
Yeah.
So
He's speaking metaphorically as an insect.
Yeah, I know. I was just clarifying that.
Yeah, Black Dragon is a man.
Yeah, so Bub's gonna say, well, nature's reaction to it is clear to me.
Mm.
I think... Oh, what was I gonna say? The abscess should be cold.
That's pretty dope. That's a dope line.
It's a very druid thing, though.
Perhaps it should be. But, alas, if that were the case, you should have done it a long time ago.
I didn't know about it a long time ago. It took us a while to find it.
What do you mean, my lord? Oh, I'm pretty sure all of you understand what I'm implying.
Insight.
Yeah, I'll roll insight too.
Guidance.
Double guidance. 18. Hot diggity dog.
I don't want to get up.
Oh,
Hey.
fine. I'll just roll, you lazy ass. I'll roll
Where's
for
the
you.
macro at in here? Does he have one that just says guidance? Where's it?
It's
I have a
fine.
macro that says
I'll roll
guidance.
d4. It's fine.
I'm willing to roll.
Oh, you're rolling your insight?
I'm willing to roll insight. But...
Okay, I'll roll insight for Bub too.
I already got it.
Okay. I'll take the 20.
They're both good rolls.
Okay, so you have a 21 and a 20. So I'll start with Bub.
By the power of Freya.
So, Bub, you think that he's referring to an action that you took already. Where you had a chance to do one thing and you did it different.
Right.
Delon, the way he's looking at you, Bub, and Lady Margaret is very knowingly, and you have been talking about the blight up until this point, and he's used conversational topics, the idea of controlling it or working with it, and he's referred to it as a queen.
Yes. Delon knows now finally what he's talking about. His eyes kind of slightly widen when he makes the realization, and they simultaneously narrow.
If you wish to simply remove the abscess, you should have done it before. I'm afraid now it might be inoperable.
Oh, jeez.
Delon just kind of like stares at him. How do you know that?
Know what?
Another time, another place. Lord Nebulum. Another time, another place.
Indeed.
Delon is gonna make his turn and goes, Lady Margaret, would you wish to accompany me away?
Yes, please. I'm afraid that there is a certain stench about the air that is making me lightheaded. I'm afraid that it must be the perfume. I am afraid that I left the good stuff at home, so I went and bought something cheap from the marketplace.
I'm sure. Delon glances back behind him and says, and I wish you well this evening, Lord of Nebulum. But if I may speak, be careful with your wild intentions. They may come back. He's like they may look like good lips, but they may come back to bite you.
Good advice.
But what is a kiss, if not the kiss of death?
A viper's kiss, no doubt.
He gives you a small bow, holding the sword in one hand and his other hand open. Is there any other kind?
Delon nods at that and he's gonna make his way out.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. Like, yeah. Jeez, dude. I mean, we're missing a piece, but shit, I hope he's wrong. Shit.
Yeah, I know.
Shit.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to figure out how Bubba will respond to this, though.
Ruh-roh. Alright, Gildas, all you, buddy.
Last thing that Lady Margaret will say before I move over back to Gilnas is that... So she lowers her voice as you move into a hallway. Do not believe everything he says. He is an expert at placing doubt upon people's minds with convenient half-truths.
That's what I'm afraid of, my lady. That there is a truth in what he said. The difficulty will be discovering which part of it was the truth, and which is the lie.
Indeed. At least with my brother. He is always lying. So in a sense, he is honest.
At least with your brother, I could give him a couple of cookies, and he'd relax.
I could use a cookie.
Delon actually reaches to a pouch and he gives you a cookie.
Oh, good. That was so intense. He has a cookie.
I have like dozens and dozens of cookies.
He does. You have a lot of cookies in the little bag.
I also have the extra gift basket that the Blue Dragon gave him, full of cookies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I have so many cookies now. Here, kobolds. Here's all the cookies.
You don't want to do that.
I don't. It's like giving Scooby all the Scooby stacks at once.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's how you distract him. It's like, Bub's like, I gotta get past all the kobolds. What do we do? I've been saving this for an occasion.
Saving this for a rainy day. Throws all the cookies in the air. The party runs by and they're just like, we made it. Where's Bub? Guys,
Bub.
These cookies are great.
No, you have to like grab Bub. He's like, no, as he's being carried. Bub's like,
Those poor cookies.
no.
Alrighty, back to Gildas.
I just entered the room of death alone. Without any backup.
Who are you gonna talk to?
Who do you think? Who am I standing right next to? Well, Darius was from Renault earlier, I think. Should be fine.
Do you need backup?
Darius is commander of the Knights Templar in your room, surrounded by 6 to 7 Templars. You're fine.
Was 6 Templars, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, this is like genealogy of the Holy War divine weapons. What are they gonna do?
We are entering.
Read a
enemy
magical
territory.
seal and fireball.
Clench your ass. I mean, I say that, but like, probably like, out of reflex, it just does that. Entering the room.
So as you enter the room, Gildas, you see that Lord Broccoli seems to look at you out of the corner of his eye. But he doesn't really look in your direction. He's still basically having a lot of food. Noticeably, he's one of the only people kind of gorging themselves on the good food.
Yeah. Which room is this one exactly? It's like, I know this was the dining room, this was the old people room. This was the dancing room, I think.
This
well,
room.
/
So this room is the dancing room, yes.
Yeah.
This room is kind of like a mingling room, where there's just like a lot of more open space, mostly with drinks, and you stand around and talk or something while music plays. This is the dining room with lots of food and where you rub shoulders and all that with people. This is the dancing room where where music is also playing and people dance. This room here is another dancing room, but it's also basically it's kind of like a mix of this room and this room.
Uh-huh.
It has
So
a
what
little bit of
about-
everything, but not a lot of any one thing.
So the nobles were too lazy to walk around, essentially.
Yes, essentially. It has everything that you could want, a little bit of everything in one place at once. Just in case you don't want to go very far, you want other people to come to you.
Must looking why the Lord of Nebulum is there.
Probably.
Ah, well.
But as you approach, you see Broccoli look at you the corner of his eye as he takes a bite out of a turkey leg. You see that Lord Darius gives you a brief nod as he turns his gaze back to Lord Vosterian. You see Vosterian smirk, but does nothing. And Lady Belladonna turns around and gives you a pleasant smile. Ah, if I did not know any better, I'd say that I am being tailed.
Well, you did leave quite suddenly.
I'm
But
afraid that I was no longer welcome company.
you were in enemy territory, I suppose, as I am now.
Then I hope then you can understand the invigorating feeling of being on enemy lines.
Well, I do not enjoy the fine subtleties of these. I get what you mean, for the most part. But being on the behind enemy lines, the same. In a way.
Perhaps. But you're forgetting the another reason to be behind enemy lines. Sabotage.
In that case, who's sabotaging who?
When you begin contemplating who is sabotaging who, and whether you're performing a counter-sabotage, then you can begin to get a bit of a dizzy head, don't you? Begin going in circles.
Exactly. This is why it's easier to just launch a full frontal assault, batter everything down, and then
Oh, if
Suppose
only the
sort everything
ports were so undefended.
alright. Would have been settled hundreds of years ago. But it's not as fun if you don't have anybody else to. I don't know. Throw arms together. Well, against one another.
Yes,
And-
indeed.
Considering our families gets us, demand.
Indeed. Though I find that conflicts and challenges and being challenged keeps one young and sharp. Must say that every specimen that I have seen to walk out of Reynolds has been quite a specimen indeed.
Specimen.
Yes,
Say that as if we all had no experiments. Well, yeah.
I say that as if you are to be studied, for you are a miraculous group of individuals who fight us at every chance.
Well, that is true, but can't exactly say that you do not deserve it.
Oh no. We are, as you Renaldians call us, curs. Deceitful, venomous, distrusting, rats, snakes, any other crawly, slimy creature that you could call us. It's appropriate, I assure you.
Right. And I'm sure you have just as bad words for us. And most likely more sophisticated
Perhaps.
ones I could not come up with.
But personally, I'm not interested in the name calling between our countries. I find Renaldian tactics fascinating. For you see, I have been upon many a small trifle with your country, and I have firsthand witnessed your crazy tactics on the sea.
Ah, well, it's good to mention that because I was wondering about those scars. After all, one with as many scars as you must have quite the story. I mean, to even lose an eye. I mean, on the Fairwind Smiths to begin with.
Yes. Though I am Smith, Captain, admiral, blade mistress, politician, diplomat, strategist, and many other titles of lesser significance. But if you're talking about the eye, she actually reaches up and pulls back her hair and then lifts the eye patch. It just shows you, like, the empty socket. I'm afraid it was a jilted lover. She touches her lip. Same with this one.
Hey, what?
Jilted lover, I'm afraid. See, in Nebulum, our passions burn very bright. And unfortunately, we're not always the greatest at settling things in a civil way. So every once in a while, you have somebody come into your bedroom, have a wonderful evening, and then, while you're indisposed, attempt to take your life.
Uh-huh. And so one the Nebula is still alive. Still a thing, if you all do that. Well, no. I know you don't all do that. I mean, well, I am to admit it. There are some good nebulas here and there.
Yes, you'd be surprised. But our reputation is very well earned. There are a few of us who are more refined or moral than others. I have pride in my country, but not upon my countrymen. Nebulum has a storied history, has many accomplishments, and it was once a realm of beauty. Now, it is a shadow of its former self, too busy in an endless cycle of devouring itself. Perhaps you've witnessed the snake eating its own tail.
I did. Well, perhaps that is an issue to bring to our benevolent lord over there, but
It would be if it were not an issue of his own creation.
then again, I'm not someone who should tell you how to run the country.
And
Oh,
nor
you
should
don't
I
know.
be telling a Reynoldian how he should run his country.
Exactly.
Not unless one has conquered the other. Then you have every right to tell them how to run their country. But until the day of battle has been over with and a victor has been decided, no, your opinions are rightfully to be ignored.
Alright, it will be perfectly fine just watching each other from across the street, like we've been doing.
Yes.
The fight is funny that you approach the Lord Roman, with hopes of diplomatic ties. Now, this is something expected to witness today.
I did it mostly to get under his skin. If he wished to get under mine, he would have to accept. But he has no desire of any acceptance of diplomacy meetings with Nebulum, which means that I cornered him. And he knew it. And he would never allow Reynolds to enter into diplomacy with Nebulum. I didn't want it either. But whereas I would be more than content to see him squirm at a diplomatic meeting with the Nebulese nobles, he had absolutely no stomach for it, so the likelihood of him saying yes to get a rise out of me was few and far between. You see, I do this to him every time we meet.
I see. That would explain, well, the whole conversation then.
It's infinitely amusing. One of these days, I hope to annoy him enough times with the constant prodding for him to finally challenge me to a duel just to get me to stop.
But you have to consider that. Would it be a final message or just one of many?
Well, that is up to him for to determine. If he wishes to put it into our pleasant arrangements permanently, then he simply needs to request it. But I think that a duel just to have one of many would defeat the purpose.
So nod. But we'll be basically looking at the sword. I guess we'll just go down to the sword. I'll say, would you mind telling me more about it? I know a few things about. I'm forgetting the name. Where is it? I know a few things about the Morphiga blade, but what better way to learn about something than to ask the wielder? Unfortunately, I can't ask the makers of that, but it's close enough, really.
True. And I have no harm in telling you. If I tell you, it saves you the time of simply researching it somewhere and perhaps getting the wrong opinion. Best to save you the time and effort of comparing and contrasting notes.
Truth be told, I was going to do that either way.
Well, then allow me to give you a head start.
Please.
The Morphiga blade was fused from two blades. They were both excellent blades, but they were faulty. They had both been broken in battle under a dragon's might. Both blades were blades of the Felon family, forged by the same forge master who was the father of two sons. One of the sons died, the other lived, but he was scarred. He carried his brother's body back home from the battlefield, deserting. And with him he brought him and his brother's broken blades. The father, consumed with grief, poured his grief, his misery, his regrets, and hatred into the blades, fusing them, breaking them down, with a little bit of dragon fire still within the blades that had singed and broken them. He created something new, pouring his heart and soul and memory of his favorite son into the blade. The blade turned out so well that he named it after his son, and as well as himself. The blade has tasted dragon blood, as well as drake blood, basilisk blood, kraken blood, Rinaldian blood, Neblin blood, Slirian blood, King's Landing blood. If there is blood upon Canes that it hasn't tasted yet, I don't know it.
So yeah, this is a divine artifact, right?
Yes.
My god. So, I understand what happened. It's a simple question, but how did the divine intervene in the making of this blade?
Well, as the story goes, the father conscripted
the High Priest of Faust to assist in it. Along with the High Priest. Give me one moment. Where's the lore handout? No, wait, it's under Pantheon. Scroll down on the river. There we go.
Imagine not organizing your
It is organized. I
right?
just reorganized it, so I have to get used to the new reorganization. There it is. Yes, you requested the god, the High Priest of Faust, god of harvest and death, as well as the High Priest of Tiamat at the time, to assist in it.
And yeah, so we know also that the Fairwind use cursed weapon as well. I think.
They do have some cursed weapons, yes. The Black Blade is a cursed one, but this one is not.
It's just very persnickety. Which is fascinating then.
So I'll say, I see, but you do hire priests and the like to. So would I be wrong in assuming that the process of
It starts similarly as a base. Are you familiar with the methods of enchanting?
I've witnessed how to do it, but prior to that I already had a theory on how to do it. However, I have yet to make a proper magical item. Soon though.
I see. Well then. Because I'm curious what you could come up with, I'll give you some free information. Without revealing any of my family's secrets, of course.
Oh, I am a competitor.
Can't reveal trade secret information that gives me my family an edge to a direct competitor, I'm afraid.
Ah, well, I'll just get the other half from the Soul Hammers, I think.
Oh, going to one of my other direct competitors. Smart man. But yes, you start with the materials. When you melt them down and they are being combined together before they've taken form, you impart magic that you wish for it to have into the material. Additionally, when you're creating it, you must be considering the purpose of the item at hand before you've even finished it making form. It must have a purpose, one that you intend for it to have before it's even had a form. Think of if you were to be planning the future of your child while they were still within the womb.
Mm-hmm.
Think of the purpose of the item, as well as visualize upon your eyes and your mind what you wish for it to look like and ultimately do, or perhaps a feat that you hope it to have accomplished with the gear sometime in its future. It is said that a great forge master of well-renowned, whose name has been lost to time, once said, "If you dream that your blade will be used to slay a beast and save a princess when you're making it, perhaps one day it will be, though you may never see it come to be." Combine that with the most excellent of materials and the most steady of hands when forging it, with a
touch of divine intervention, and you'll accomplish a magical item. One of good quality.
I see. I must say that there is some significant groundwork already. Although, I do think that, as of right now, I lack both the experience and, frankly, the magical prowess to even begin making one.
If you lack the experience, work towards it. If you will lack the magical prowess, work towards it. Even if you make 1,000,000 duds, perhaps at 1,000,001, you'll have success.
Oh, but I am working toward it. After all, I wouldn't be asking anything to you if I was not.
True, there's a difference between asking and acting. Preparation is all well and good, but it is ultimately pointless if you don't do anything with it. It will ultimately descend into disaster.
Just, just like a dwarf making a handgun. It's like, put on a paper, but then it blows up in your face. It's like, oh, but Behemoth, what happened? My beard's all singed. Oh, right. That reminds me. During our travels, we have come across one of your possessions, so to speak.
Oh?
Right. You see, while exploring a temple, Bridget, we've come across the white wielding what seemed to be a cursed blade. Now, recently, after some investigation on it, found that you oftenly made it.
I see. Which one is it?
What's the name again?
It's known as the
Forget it.
Black Blade. It's the one that's been... Do you know where it is? That is not a blade that should be in anyone's hands.
Well, we do have it in our possession, although we'd like to try and at least cleanse it before doing anything with it.
I would not recommend it. The blade is forged from shadow and flames of hellfire. To cleanse such a blade would be to liquidate it, essentially. To destroy it, as it is made from foul material. See why it should be locked away in a vault.
Right. Well, perhaps if we do travel through Neblim again, I will just stop by and make sure it's properly secured in one of the chests, so that, another such incident does not occur again.
There's no need. I am here, and when the ball is over, we will be leaving. You are here, it is in your possession. I am willing to compensate you for finding it and returning it to me.
So, I'll just go. I'll just look at it and say, would you give me a moment? There's something would like to ask. Commander Darius first.
Yes, I understand that you are a traveling company, so you cannot make the decision alone. But I would like some sort of closure on whether you intend to accept it before this evening is over.
So, yeah, really quickly, I go to Commander Darius. Then say, good evening. May I request something exceptional?
Good evening, and perhaps depends on the level of exceptionalness and if it is something that I can give.
Right. There is one of our companions outside the wall I'd like to communicate with. To do so, I'd have to expand a spell within these halls.
Which spell are you intending to cast?
Send in.
Where is your companion located?
He told Alon where he
Yeah.
was, so if you want to ask Alon.
Oh, we don't even know. No,
Yeah, we
so,
don't know. He just.
I'll say I'll just be frank. I'll say he most likely moved locations, so I don't know.
I see.
Still in King's Landing, and probably nearby.
Well then.
Oh.
Show me your hands as you perform the spell. And I will allow it.
I shall do so. Then, as I cast Send in, it's 25 words or less. So, without telling Tulio's name out loud, I'll say, I am talking to the Felren head. Do we give back the Darkblade tonight?
There is a brief pause before you get the words, fuck no, don't trust her, evil snake.
Uh-huh. I suppose I got everything I needed. So, I'll just nod to Lord Darius.
He nods back.
We'll then walk back to our guests. And I'll say, while me myself would not mind giving it to you back as it is your property, the current wielder, or should I say, the one who is safekeeping the blade, is more than reticent to give it to you.
I see. How strange. Might I request the identity of the wielder? I would like to arrange a meeting with them. Perhaps I could be more convincing.
No,
No?
unfortunately I cannot. So,
How
oh,
peculiar.
given the answer I got, someone familiar to you.
Familiar to me.
Right. And I'll, actually, well, considering this is a ball, I can't really say that out loud. I'll simply, like, whisper what to you called her.
Oh my
Yeah.
my. I'm not sure if he has the right person.
Considering his history, I don't.
Though perhaps he means it more literally. Your friend is trying to be a wingman, perhaps. Doing a terribly job.
No, no. He's not exactly the kind of person I expect to be a win to me. How would have been the same to you, to him?
I see. Well then, either way, I am lament that I cannot get my hands upon the blade, as it needs to be removed and put in a place to remove it as far away from everyone else as possible. Between you and me, it is very dangerous, so be very careful with it while you're traveling. And if you can convince your friend to give it up, that would be wise. And of course, I will be willing to compensate you, should you be able to do so.
I'll see what I can do, however, I won't promise anything, regardless of the price.
I understand. No promises should be made on a deal that has not even been given the payment. But it is strange to have been found in the hands of a white. A white could not be capable of that. So then someone else found it.
Did I say it was found in the Savage Lands? I think I did. I feel
You
like I
did.
did. Yep. Well, most likely, yes. Someone really had it. Traveled somewhere they were not welcome in. One things lead to another, and we just find it in the middle of the swamp.
It's an awful long way to run. All the way from my estate to the Savage Lands. Only to perish at the hands of savages. Such is the fate of all wielders of the Black Blade. An untimely, wicked demise, usually caused by their own greed.
Why even make a blade like that?
An experiment. Head of the family at the time designed it because if we could create divine weapons, is it possible to create weapons without the process of divinity that are of equal strength? The answer? Yes. Should we? No.
That will explain it.
Creating a blade with no moral restrictions upon it that simply demands to be wielded creates a very dangerous situation. Divine weapons are handicapped because of their capabilities. To create a weapon of such strength that has no handicap, that could dominate the wielder, that could... You understand just how dangerous that is.
I'll probably eat my words later, but I almost want to make an experiment with it later.
Feel free to do so, but do so at your own risk. The Black Blade is wicked.
No, you see, I was thinking of reforging it the proper way. I mean, theoretically, it should be possible.
Potentially, but it would be improbable. In essence, you'd have to break it down into its core elements and then reforge it this time with the assistance of divinity. You'd need
Yes.
fire hotter than dragon fire to accomplish it. Either that or hellfire.
Mm, well, I think if my lady can get stronger, surely she'll be able to provide the right kind of fire to me. As for their fire, I may have an idea where to procure some. As foolish as it is.
Well, good luck on your foolish endeavor. When you ultimately end up perished and I never see you again, I will share a glass under the moonlight.
Uh-huh. Now, what if I ever come back to your estate with a new forged black blade?
Then we will share a glass together under the moonlight.
Mamma me. Until then, I shall practice. Boy, you have a lot of practice to do.
Before they're drafted. Myself, I am an admiral. I do not get drafted, I do the drafting. If you find yourself wanting to find your sea legs, you could always use another strong hand on deck.
Well, if I ever hit my head and decide to join the Nebulizer Navy for whatever reason, be sure to give you a call. Or actually, I don't suppose I could potentially hire your service to taxi some people around.
Potentially. Depends on where we're going.
Only thing I'll say is south.
There's only a few places south.
They are. But, well, fortunately I do not wish to disclose the exact location yet. I'm just considering my options at the moment. After all, trying to get the good grace of a Navy admiral right now. We also do have a friend owning a ship in Reynolds. That could lead me there, but the issue is the state of the ship.
My ship is the finest in all of Nebulum. The flagship. There's no place we cannot sail.
Yeah, I'm actually considering this as like an actual option though. It's like, why not?
If we're not already on a mission, and you have the coin, we might be willing to take the job.
Well then, third option actually. Should I go with the Rinaldian option? Will I still be able to buy you off so you don't shoot us on the side?
That I cannot promise. I might accept your coin. And I might have to shoot a few shots in your direction anyways, just on principle.
Calm now.
I might be able to make sure that the shot only hits not a so important part of your ship. You might take a bit of water, but you should be able to sail.
I'd rather have to deal with only just warning shots. The one that goes way past the ship, but signifies the
Oh,
lack of money closer.
I would. But you see, I need results. But alas, as pleasant as this conversation has been, I must leave you for now. I can feel a glare upon my neck. I'm afraid I
Right.
spoke traitorous words right in front of my lord.
Can expect some severe punishment then.
Oh, I'm sure he'd love to try.
Oh, I don't let me keep you.
No. See her walk over and sashay her way up the stairs to him. He actually slaps her, and she just takes it, grins, and slaps him back.
Uh-huh. Well, I think it's about to start soon, so I guess I'll make my way to the last room. Will be it for today.
Alright. So as you make your way over to the next room, think we're gonna wrap it up here for now. We'll continue with the rest of the ball tomorrow, the next week. Next week, yes. So thank you all for tuning in, and I hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.
I will always do it tomorrow, but I don't think my body will be able to take it.